The maps.
She studied the maps.
Yeah. Kamala Harris. Brett did a fine interview, but he didn't do anything like I would have done, which is, do you regret that studied the maps?
That's because
Brett was fair. She's welcome here, but I will ask even harder questions if she accepts our invitation.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
In a shifting market, understanding where to invest can be a daunting task. This is where we step in, your trusted partner in passive real estate investing. Hi, this is Ty Lassiter, CEO of Key City Capital, where we simplify real estate investing. We harness our years of experience to build a portfolio that works for you 24/7, weathering storms and capitalizing on opportunities. Imagine owning part of a vast range of multifamily properties without the headaches of managing them. Enjoy participation in rental income, potential capital appreciation, and tax advantages, all while keeping your free time free.
Join Key City Capital today and start your journey to financial freedom. Call now, 817-912-1569. That's 817-912-1569. Or visit keycitycapital.com/Hugh to schedule your free consultation. That's keycitycapital.com/Hugh. Let Key City Capital work to turn your financial aspirations into reality today.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
Donald Trump facing media hostility. I don't even have to make the argument that Kamala Harris receives overwhelmingly favorable coverage, is declaring war on fact checkers. As the Washington Post points out, he refused to appear on 60 Minutes, citing fact-checking. After his debate with Vice President Harris with ABC moderators, he complained that they were fact-checking him. It did seem like 3 against 1. And if there's one moment that crystallizes it, it's the appearance before the National Association of Black Journalists when the opening question was a diatribe about how he was a horrible racist and why should black voters support him. The Harris appearance was practically a love fest. Now, skeptics will say Trump tells a lot of falsehoods, and some decisions are clear-cut, others are half wrong, but at the same time, some of the fact checks are contentious or even something Trump said as a joke. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
An opportunity for peace. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. That's how U.S. officials are describing the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, killed by Israeli forces in Gaza. President Biden says he was responsible for thousands of deaths.
In a statement, the president also says there is now an opportunity for a day after in Gaza without Hamas in power. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan telling reporters aboard Air Force One Sinwar was an obstacle to peace.
At various points along the way, Sinwar was more interested in causing mayhem and chaos and death than in actually trying to achieve a ceasefire and hostage deal.
President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to congratulate the IDF and Israeli soldiers who carried out the operation.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House, a day after another round of U.S. strikes on Houthi targets in Yemen. Pentagon spokesman Major General Pat Ryder says using a B-2 bomber sent a message the U.S. can strike anywhere, anytime.
This is not the first time that we've struck, but certainly these were unique targets in the sense that they were deep underground targets.
He calls it a response to a continued illegal and reckless actions by the Houthis, who fired missiles at U.S. warships last month. A father and son both indicted in the mass shooting at a Georgia high school last month. The accused shooter, Colt Gray, charged with 55 counts, including malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault.
Police say the 14-year-old boy took a semi-automatic gun into Appalachia High School and fired shots that killed 2 teachers and 2 students. Colt Gray's father, Colin Gray, was also indicted on 29 counts, among them second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and reckless conduct for providing the gun and ammunition his son used and knowing of his son's mental state.
Fox's Gernal Scott, they are both due for arraignment November 21st. New highs on Wall Street, the Dow up 161 at the bell to a record close. America is listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad. It was the honor of my life to work in Iraq alongside those who served our country in uniform. In Congress, I'll ensure every veteran's claim is reviewed right here on island, and I will never give up the fight to establish a Veterans Medical Center on Guam. I'll seek joint use of military resources to treat our vets. They fought for us. Now it's our turn to fight for them.
Ginger Cruz, ready to fight for Guam's veterans on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Election officials are coping with hurricane impacts.
North Carolina Elections Director Karen Brinson Bells says the state is making sure ballot boxes stay open following Hurricane Helene.
Since this storm hit, election officials in this state have been working long hours to ensure Western North Carolina can vote.
Some of the hardest hit counties have had polling places become unusable. Watauga County has been able to keep its polling locations open, but is adjusting its hours, including now allowing early voting on weekends. North Carolina will be a key battleground state for the race to the White House and for control of the House of Representatives.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz in Washington. Arizona's highest court rejects a bid from two political figures to keep their divorce records sealed.
The 2016 divorce records of U.S. Senate candidate Arizona Congressman Ruben Gallego and his ex-wife, Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, are expected to be unsealed. The publication, the Washington Free Beacon, suing to have the records unsealed, a Yavapai County court agreeing in July, finding the public has a right to know. The Gallegos appealing, their lawyers arguing the records include information about how they plan to co-parent their son, citing concerns over the child's safety. The Arizona Court of Appeals upholding the ruling and the Arizona Supreme Court upholding that decision. Gallego, a Democrat, faces GOP opponent Carrie Lake in Arizona's Senate race. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Americans spending more than expected last month.
Retail sales rose 0.4% in September from August, with spending up in a broad range of categories: online retailers, restaurants, and grocery stores. The boost occurred even though gasoline prices moderated, so people were spending less on fuel.
Fox's Jenny Kosula. The new record for the Dow, 43,239. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day. My name is Anthony Chargloff, Mayor of Luhan. I'm reaching out to all my family and friends to please come out and vote. Help support Tony Ada for Senator. Tony Ada has helped Luhan. He was a board member of the Menengo Memorial Foundation, and he, along with the other board members, approved and helped build the Luhan Memorial, in which Luhan people are always going to be forever grateful. While Tony was in office, he had passed notable bills. Please come out and support Tony Ada for Senator.
I'm Tony Ada, and I approve this message.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Hi, I'm Tom Fisher, and I believe in a woman's right to choose. I'm running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature, and I will continue to fight to protect those rights.
Attorney Tom Fisher is running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Inafamaulig za respetu imas tatkilo gitanota. Irin ang kolonya si Ginger Cruz gi sa Guahan, agof toktok ezusia na hinengi. Mapoksay gwizan hami, umaskwela gwizan hami, matoto gwizan hami. Sinceros and magahid i corazonya, sa sentadong i gunaizanya pariislota. Sinya hat ti pareo i hagata, lo pareo i spirituta. Bota si Ginger Cruz para Congreso. Guaha pronunya za ti paru na lati italanta.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this message.
Confident Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Friday, October 18. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 43-year-old Joseph Lee Pugh Jr. has been found guilty of aggravated assault after attacking teenagers at a Dedido Park earlier this year. The April 28 incident occurred when Pugh confronted teens at a basketball court near League One Elementary School, reportedly armed with a rebar and a sharp object. He assaulted two teens, one of whom was hospitalized with a chest wound. The jury deliberated for 2 hours before returning the guilty verdict. Prosecutors are seeking a maximum sentence of 64 years. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court is reviewing an appeal from convicted rapist Robbie Naroon, who was sentenced to 16 years in prison for a 2022 rape in Harmon. His attorney, Peter Perez, argues Naroon didn't have enough time to prepare a proper defense before trial and questions the credibility of the DNA evidence. Prosecutor Christine Tenorio countered, saying the jury believed the victim's testimony, not just the evidence. The victim says Naroon assaulted her while holding scissors against her back. Tenorio adds that no alibi was presented during the trial. The court is considering whether to overturn the conviction. We'll have more news after this.
Okay, what's BP Smart Pay?
So it uses your smartphone to pay when shopping at the grocery store, mall, or wherever they accept contactless payments.
Restaurants too?
Yep.
Okay, how?
It's easy. Go to your wallet on your smartphone and enter your Bank Pacific Visa debit card, and presto, your smartphone is now Smart Pay ready.
BP Smart Pay. I like it.
Bank Pacific. Brothers put branches, we place roots for over 70 years. Member FDIC.
The Guam Motorsports Association is pushing to reopen the Jigo Raceway with a new proposal. At a meeting with the CLTC, GMA requested a 25-year lease on 150 acres, offering a $500 monthly payment or 5% of net profits. GMA aims to provide a safe environment for motorsports and expand the facility with mountain biking and nature trails. CLTC staff were authorized to begin discussions, but some commissioners raised concerns about the large acreage and low lease cost. GMA says reopening the track would reduce street racing and provide community benefits. No decision was made at the meeting. And with early voting ongoing in the general election in 18 days, voters still have several opportunities to hear from candidates directly. The Meet Your Candidate session at the Micronesia Mall Center Court is this Sunday from 1 to 4, where voters can meet senatorial, mayoral, and delegate candidates. On Thursday, October 24, the Guam Women's Chamber and GHRA will host a forum at the Hyatt from 5 to 9. Regular tickets go on sale today, $50 for general and $75 for reserved seating with a beverage coupon. Another congressional forum hosted by the Guam Chamber of Commerce will be held on Wednesday, the 30th, at the Hilton from 10:45 to 1:30, which has a $45 member fee. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Hey, who's running in this race, congressional race? Who are the candidates?
Is it a 5K?
There's a 5K.
Oh, there's a 5K.
5K,
Triple
10K.
J, 5K.
There's a 2K
Yes.
for kids. Yeah, it's all a part of it. All factored in here in this big political race that we're in. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Let me get you the weather for today. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Do you really need the guy on the radio to tell you it's going to be rainy this morning?
Yes.
Mostly cloudy. Highs there, 88 degrees. Let me see if I can get the weather map up here. I got a couple of weather maps that I can look at. We'll start with the radar, and you can see that Guam is kind of in the middle right now of a couple of pieces of shower activity. One to the east of us, one to the west of us, and eventually the one to the east of us is probably going to be washing over the island. Satellite imagery, and we'll get some more of this from Landon a little bit later on, shows that there is quite a lot of activity in the area. You can see where Guam is now, and you can see kind of all of that mush that's moving in our direction. That's probably going to make it so that the predictions of grill marks on Friday are probably not going to come true. Unfortunately, mostly cloudy in the forecast for tonight. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Scattered showers in the forecast. Wow, all day Saturday, too. Partly sunny during the day, mostly cloudy at night. Sunday, it says mostly cloudy as well, with highs near 86 degrees. Mostly cloudy on Sunday night. Overnight lows of about 78 degrees, with the heat index is not going to get very warm today, only about 92 degrees. So aircon going to be happy today.
Super cold.
40% chance of rain, rip currents, and hazardous surf. Tell you what, it's so cloudy outside this morning, I couldn't make out the moon. Never mind the comet down south. I wasn't even able to make out the moon. It was hiding behind all of the clouds. We'll see if we can get some pictures from Pirates Cove up and see what things are looking like on the sunrise side of the island. 6:12 for sunrise this morning. Right about now, sunset tonight should be at 6 p.m. Straight up. There it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy El Babawi. Together, they specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. Yeah, 6:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys at APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home on screen right now. I got a sunrise picture from Pirates Cove. I see clouds. I see a bright spot, but not necessarily an actual showing of the sun. We'll work on that a little bit later on. Listen, if it does get hot today, get yourself cool with Wendy's. Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's, any size, anytime. Take a soft drink break anytime. Get what you need at Wendy's, including prepackaged beverages, sweet teas, unsweetened teas, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonade. Not valid in a combo. Check it out today at Wendy's.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Picture, but I got mooned instead, Joe. I got mooned. It's, Wen sent me a picture of the moon.
Would you get that from the Muñez?
No.
Just kidding.
That's okay. No, I got it from Wena. She sent the thing out here. Thought I might want to see moon this morning. Who doesn't? Is the question. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Although recognizing now that I might be a little bit, it might be a little bit of a different show today, and that is because I think Real Joe's going to be very careful and cautious about and judicious about the use of his voice today, and stretch the vocal cords last night, son.
I did.
What'd you do?
Aerosmith. I was singing Aerosmith.
No invite.
And it got wild. I'm
Right,
sorry.
Alpha?
You know what? It wasn't that hurt me.
Uh-huh.
It was the Pineda notes.
The Arnel Pineda
Yeah,
notes.
I
in
tried
the
to
song.
hit those, and man, I
You know
just.
what? There's a couple of lines in the song. Dude looks like a lady. There's a little
Yeah,
piece
I
of the
love that
lyric.
song.
There's a little piece of the lyric, and his voice gets up high, and it's really hard to figure out what he's trying to say. But something down past the thighs is the only thing that pops into my head. You might be going, oh man, that's just Ray being edgy and crazy. No, listen to the song next time it plays on Boss.
True.
Listen to the song and listen to that one part. His voice goes up really high, and you're left wondering what that is. I don't even think Spotify, with its incredible skills to be able to display lyrics and all of that, I don't think Spotify's taking a shot on that as well. What's that? F. Ramos says what? Ray said Joe stretched his what?
Yeah.
Whoops. So I'm clearly not the only one that's frisky.
Sorry.
It's the moon. It's the moon that's out there. It's a full moon, and it's going to be a crazy weekend. I'm calling it Diwali weekend. I was trying to come up with a way that I could mash the two words like Diwal weekend, Diwalkend or something. And it just didn't work out.
One, man.
So just Diwali weekend is where we're going to be going for most of it. I was hoping for sunny skies today, maybe get some beach time in. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening, but you just never know. Never turn your back on a Guam sunset. And just because it's rainy and snotty and soggy this morning doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the case a little bit later on. Anyway, 6:17 in the morning. Where did you karaoke? That's people are asking.
Where
was
my
it?
room.
In your room?
In my room alone.
Okay.
No invite.
No, and again,
Sorry.
no invite. What's going on here?
Donna, that's wild.
You're having those particular moments. This could be.
You're
this
just
could be
my
your
work
time.
wife. Come on.
There's a guy coming to Guam. Donna probably has a story about this. The guys at KUAM did it. Lewis Prize for Music founder to visit Guam. Mr. Daniel R. Lewis, the founder and chairman of the Lewis Prize for Music, will be on Guam October 20th to the 24th, visiting the Inetnun Gifpago's cultural music and dance programs under the direction of Master of Tomorrow Dance Vince Rades. Vince, how you doing there, bud? So big shot coming out here, and who knows, maybe he can hear the sound of you stretching your vocal cords.
Maybe he can.
And maybe you could be the next recipient of the Lewis Prize for Music. We'll see what we can learn about that story and a whole bunch of others as we make our way into the Friday version of the show, 6:18 in the morning. Items in the table of contents today. Well, as you might imagine, there's not a whole lot going on. The legislature's not in session, and the only thing that they've got on any kind of agenda is an emergency session that has been called by Speaker Therese Trelai. The crazy thing is it's an emergency session, but they're not getting around to it until like the 22nd or something like that. They got a whole bunch of, it's not like, emergency. In my head, I'm thinking emergency is like right now, get me to the hospital. Something hurts, and the school systems are messed up because there's not enough money, and the hospital and cancer care and all these other things that were somehow shorted in the conversations with the budgets, and now they want to go into an emergency session to make everybody whole again. You would think that would mean, okay, Friday morning, everybody go to the legislature and let's get this stuff knocked out and take care of it. But no, not until the 22nd, as it were. Has Donna D did her early voting? Real Joe, did you before or after your karaoke? Did you go and get your early voting on?
I haven't voted yet.
You have not voted yet.
I'm like you. I like to go to the.
I mean, it's the old school thing that I've got.
There's people there.
I know there's people. Well, you go early. You got to do.
I go to avoid them.
You got to do the senior citizen thing.
Ignore.
Show up. You want to be among the first people. You want to be. You get there right after the police do, and follow them in.
Yeah.
And then you get your vote on. You're going to be the only one there, except for the precinct officials and that. And usually it usually goes pretty quick. It usually goes pretty quick. There are times though where you'd like it to go faster, and that's when your poll worker, the one that gives you the poll worker, the one sorry, not that kind of poll worker. No, when your poll worker gives you the paperwork, gives you the ballot and the instructions, and sometimes you're like, whoa, hey, there's no crest at your house. We didn't. Was it too early to brush the teeth here? Let's work on some hygiene issues. You wish that would go just a little bit faster, don't you?
Beetlejuice.
That's okay. I've been voting since I was 18 years old. I think I know how to process my vote. It says everybody that thinks that they know what they're doing, and then they find out their votes didn't count because they crossed over or something like that, or they voted for 17 people instead of just 15. We'll watch and see how that works. But anyway, so early voting commenced on Monday, and you might be wondering by now how many people have elected to vote early over at the Westin. And the number right now, as of information provided me by folks close to the parties, says 1,438 people have early voted between yesterday, close of business, and the beginning of business on Monday. Obviously, they're going to be opening this morning at 10 or so. 1,438 votes cast so far, average of about 359 per day. And I don't know, to the degree is that number high or is it low, considering the time, trouble, and expense that we are taking to accommodate early voters, i.e., we're renting a spot at the Westin Hotel. And
that's how we do.
I know that's how we do. I know that's how we do. But at some point, you look at the reckoning on it and you think, well, we're spending a lot of money on a per vote basis. Maybe we ought to just go back to the old days. If you need to get on an airplane, then you swing by the Guam Election Commission office, handle your business, and then get on the airplane and sneak out. If you got a medical thing you got to take care of, well, you go with the Election Commission and take care of your business. Then you fly to Manila and get everything taken care of, as opposed to, wow, we're paying a whole lot of money per vote over at the Election Commission and over at the Westin. So I ask you in the online poll at ThePOINT.gu on the World Wide Web. Let me see if I can get that thing up on the screen so you can see where it is this morning. The online poll is, should we basically continue? Should the Guam Election Commission continue early voting? Your choices are, yeah, because it's convenient, or no, the cost per vote is too high. Let's just go back to having one day where there is the election, and everybody shows up at their voting places, 7 o'clock in the morning, darn early, get it done. Poll workers, brush your teeth.
We used to early vote at the Election Commission office.
Yes.
Remember?
Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, but that was when,
back then. How come
because COVID.
Oh,
COVID or Joe Biden or something. I don't know.
God, those are two greatest things in the world.
I know, right? But I just do we want to go back to the old days and the old ways, or are we? Is this going to be the new normal that we're going to be spending all of the additional money to have a nice posh spot over at the Westin Hotel to cast an early vote for? So far, just 1,438 people. Think about that as we make our way into the Friday version of the Ray Gibson No Frowny Face Fridays. That's the way we do it here. And we will encumber to speak to the no frowny faces here right after these important messages.
Every year we face the same problems because we choose people that are nice rather than voting for leaders who are proven and offer solutions. Some of those nice senators have introduced bills that don't make us any safer or improve our quality of life. I'm Sabrina Salas-Matanani, and I'm not running for senator to be nice. I'm running to be effective and provide solutions for you.
I'm Sabrina Salas-Matanani, and I approve this message.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan. I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, lower airfares, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There's so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much. Suzuus Maase and Meraman Salamat po. I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan, and I approve this message.
Connect and save with Docomo Pacific's unbeatable business mobile plans. Save up to $720 with unlimited talk, text, and data on the island's widest mobile network. Supercharge your connectivity with our data-to-go roaming and Wi-Fi hotspot services. Connect today and experience lightning-fast speeds that keep your business running smoothly. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com. Some conditions apply.
When you want a senator to hear your concerns, you can expect to see her at the hearings. When it comes to the environment, healthcare, and the economy, you can expect her to write quality legislation. Quite simply, when you tell Tello, you can expect and will get results.
I'm Tello Tarigui, and I approve this message.
Oh, you you can early vote if you want to, but the spots aren't going away until November 6th. Just FYI. 18 days. I put the, this is cool. On the screen right now, look at all these people sleeping over in the yard over at Pirates Cove.
Oh, nice camp out.
Yeah, right? I didn't know you could do that.
Is that what that is?
No, that's not what that is. It's moonlight yoga. It's moonlight yoga. Apparently, that's some new thing that they're doing over at Pirates Cove.
Right when you said that, I felt peace, man.
I wish we had I'm going to make a video. I'm going to send this to Grok and see if I can make a video of this so it doesn't look like yoga as much as it looks. No! You already know where my head's
She's got
at.
8 arms.
That's cool. Don't they all? Don't they all? Wouldn't our lives be better that way? Anyway, 6:26 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. And it's time for us to jump in and say good morning to all of these moonlight yoga people here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Yeah. We were all watching. We were all on Twitter yesterday at the same time, watching Kamala Harris make a fool out of herself with Brett Baer on the thing. 26 minutes worth of video.
They attacked her.
He said Brett Baer was saying that towards the end of it, he says I'm getting waved off here. But like there's 4 or 5 people over behind you over here that are throwing in the towel, saying enough, no mas, it's over already. And that was I think that was after the video floating around of what looked like a very, very angry and upset Barack Obama scolding Joe Biden for whatever, I don't know, but there's some interesting video that is flooding the internet this morning.
He's weird.
There's an incredible level of weird when we're talking about all of these folks at these high lofty levels of the world, and there's seriously a part of me that wants you to figure out how to talk to your teenagers and maybe teenagers and then some about Liam Payne's death. 31 years old, and apparently fell out of a balcony in a building.
Was that One Direction?
I don't know if it's fell out. But
pushed.
I just off the top of my head yesterday said something about this. I wonder if this is going to get tied to Diddy, and it's already on the internet getting tied somehow to Diddy. Was Liam about to spill the beans on something? Was he about to come correct before the media and say something? And they put a stop to it? I don't know.
He knew the Clintons.
Well, he's had suicidal thoughts in the past.
Has he?
So,
And just couldn't avoid it this time.
Yeah.
Wow, that's too bad. But there's a lot of people that are taking it hard. You might want to check with the younger people in the house and see what they know about it, and maybe there's a conversation that you need to have. 6:28 in the morning. I don't think Rico's got that problem. No, he's got clear-headed people living in the house. Big man Rico, #1 on the list today.
Baba Yaga.
Auntie Bennett, Luhan, Duenas. There's Ismael Velez, Felix Bamba, half a day to Adonis, J.C. Mendiola. Not keto anymore. It's just J.C., short for Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And we got J.B. St. Nicholas, Elizabeth Mendiola, Kitsu, Buenos and Afadeta, Henry Manglutnia. I see, let me see, wait. There's Ike Iseki online. Who else is playing around? Patrick R. Bumba, Buenos and Hafade, to Joe, Jenny, Didasco, Pablo, watching the program, Joey and Pico, Edgar Tumama, says Hafade, Guam. Good to see you there. Gerald Young, Hafade to Nick Perlosky, doing whatever growling needs to get done today. You can count on him to do it. Patrick Bumba saying, Buenas from Lake Stevens, Washington.
Really?
What is in Lake Stevens, Washington?
That's right next to Federal Way.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. We'll be in downtown Seattle from everywhere.
Morning, friend.
Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove, looking over, being the voyeur eyes for all of us here on the point, sending us pictures of moonlight yoga. Jerome McDonald checking in from stateside. Mike Grace Blas, Buenos and Alfredo. Peter Santos, who was among the very first, ladies and gentlemen, to wish Doug Moylan a happy birthday.
No.
Doug Moylan. Yep, it's true.
Doug Moylan, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moylan.
that may or may not be true, but I'm going to go with true just because it's me, right? So happy birthday to Doug Moreland from all of us here at 93.3 The Point, and all of your fans on Facebook and YouTube.
Birthday, General.
And even Peter Santos, who says Biba Betness, which is tomorrow for happy birthday to Doug Moreland.
Yes.
And the loosest possible interpretation.
Always taking the high road, Peter.
That's it, bro. Tony and Annette and Pinko Adder. You know, real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Adder. Happy day to my bro Ken Augustin in there, James Bondo, Joey Kichitu, Jesse, Nanette, Aurelio Pareda. I got looking at Lori with a Y doing. It's half a day to you. Auntie Bennett's got her emoji saying hi to everybody. I see Brittany Tollefson watching the program here this morning.
Britt.
I think she sent up an emoji of some kind of animal, some kind of a critter enjoying a cup of coffee this morning. That's nice.
Yes, animal lover.
There's Mark Mendiola. I got Big Man Rico. He's got a shark saying on point. Nice. F. Ramos with his Manana Sidus and Maganda Umaga wishes to everybody. I want you to have a great weekend, Guam, and a safe Friday commute. There's Keena McCausland from the upper left-hand corner. Remind me to check the NFL and see when her Saints are going to be playing today.
Lose again?
When are they going to lose again? What
We're going
time?
to check when your Saints going to lose again.
And the 49ers going to lose the same time, right? I got Ali Malakas. Brittany's, there's the picture. And really, I can't make out that critter. It's sort of like a mouse, something from the marsupial family.
Oh, my God. It's a potato panda.
So Brian Kilmeade yesterday, about, 11 o'clock or something like that, gets into a tirade because there's a news story about the Chinese are sending pandas back to the United States mainland. And he jumps in there and expresses quite clearly, very vocally, his disdain for panda bears, and then came out with the proclamation that they're not even bears. They're not even members of the bear family.
They just identify as bears?
They're like marsupials. They're like, kangaroos and big mice and stuff like that. They're nothing like a bear family. They don't look like bears. They look like, stuffed animals or something like that.
Those are weird things.
Yeah, and I think that might be what Brittany has got up on the screen. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, thinking about the month of October with the I Love Love, the Whopper deals on Wednesday, a bunch of other stuff that they're working on that if you like Wednesday from the Addams Family, there could be a reason for you to hit the drive-thru at BK very soon. Bandits online. I got Margaret Estachio, Bunkers there, Cecile Bambasuda, Buenas and half a day to B-Man Dennis Larson, Dave Duenas, Senators online. Half a day to, let me see, F. Ramos, Chris Frank. We will meet you at the airport. Inbound. Chris Frank.
Yeah.
Motorcycle brother. Inbound.
Better have that sign that says, welcome back from prison.
I love that. Yes, you should. They're great.
We'll be there, brother.
The sex change operation going good? I'm just playing around. Ron Castro's there. Jane Nauta, Ed Boro, half a day to you. Janine Bloss is online. Hi, Janine. Bandits there. No, who else? Nate, I'm sorry, that's just dumb. The thing is that she has a real life job. She looks like a real life grown up job. And I know her office mates listen to us.
Girl.
So I'm just wondering, what they think of her when we do our Hi Janine bit. And it doesn't make any difference. The only thing that matters is how we feel about you. Mike Grace Bloss is there. Francis Duffy online. Vince Borja, that's Senator Vince Borja, not Guitar Vince. Ben Servino online. Rico Blancaflor says, no frowny face Friday. Absolutely. Dwayne Santos. Looking down the list here, I see Heather Perez. Wen Roy, fresh from mooning me here on the thing. Who else has got, says, good morning. Have a beautiful day. Maganda and Magapo. I got you. Andy Terlahi. Simon Sanchez.
Uncle Si?
Online. Probably switching to app soon.
He's going to work out, man.
Alicia
kill it.
Duenas Anderson says, good morning. Pika's best radio station. What? Did you hear? Did you already hear? Have the results?
Yeah.
Have the results of the 2024 thing leaked?
If we won, we cheated.
Right? That's what they're going to say about Harris.
Get a recount.
Let me see. Paris Bloss is online. We'll always have Paris. Let me see. Did I tell you I watched Casablanca on the airplane?
Yeah.
I did, yeah. It's still one of my
crazy.
favorite parts. Marie Babauta Balbin is there. The Christine Oliver. Unsing into the weekend, she says. Benny C. Rosalind says, Buenos TGIF. EOD Kaboom's online.
Hot wife.
I haven't seen. I have not seen him over at the place recently.
I got too excited.
Yeah, it's okay. See, you are doing nothing to help your throat. You know what you need?
I know.
Dennis Larson.
I need some honey.
B-Man honey.
I need the bee honey.
I'm surprised we don't already have some in the building right now.
Oh, man.
You ate it? You ate it all? Okay. Let me see. Joe's poll work is why his voice is gone. Thank you very much. I don't know that we're all talking about the same
dance at
thing.
night to pay for my school.
Patrick and Martha Tova, Sarita Garin, beautiful Sarita is online. Joe Takai, who I got here.
What's up, Woodstick?
Everybody online here this morning. I got Glenn Hunter checking in.
Hey, Saipan, what's going on up there, guy?
John Mofness, not that one. The other one is checking in. There's Brandon Fausto. Just a reminder, we got the what do you call it?
Steak night.
No, steak night is tomorrow.
What?
Tonight is VFW's Queen of Hearts throwing, 7 o'clock tonight. Don't know what the jackpot is. Throw some money in the pot, and best of luck to you. Rob Greeno, Vivian Castro Leon, Buenas and Hafadeta, Gina Marie Tenorio Call. Good morning, Teach. Nice to see you. Sabrina Salas Montanani, who is not running to be nice. And she makes a really good bite. You know, every time I hear that commercial,
Nice gives me the ick.
I'm thinking the same thing. As you take a look at all of the legislation that has come out of the 37th Guam Legislature and all of the stuff that's been signed into law, really, at the end of the day, how much of that is making you safer? How much of that is seeing to your health needs? How much of that is putting money in your pocket? I think the only one that I can think of right now that's actually holding on to some dough in my pocket is anybody that's voted for any of Parkinson's bills for the power bills. That's all it works. But I mean, the rest of it is like just forgettable, right? It's all bureaucratic nonsense. Tattoo Shauna online, and I think that is it on the Facebook side for right now. Just a quick look, overview, if you will, of the folks over on the YouTube side. Stand by. Let me see if I can put that up on my screen so I can see. Rudy Rodolfo over here, Tommy Napati over here. MP Ogo says Hoffa no frowny Friday. Tattoo Sean Gumatau out here this morning. I got Peter Tureen, Gemma Bustamante says Biba Betnes. Good morning, Bad Boy 671 Barbecue says TGIF half a day, and he's got the emoji of a beer. And it's never too early for that. Jay Swizzle says, morning in the hizzle. Far from home. Tom Tahadzi, Huffa, my brother, good to have you online. Looks like the amazing and incredible Christopher Wood is on.
Morning, Wood.
The way it is, Lisa Greeno with this morning's instructions says, another fun-filled, productive, sexy, professional, informative, mindful, and demure day with Ray and the Point. Are we going we're going for sexy today?
All day, Ray.
The way it is,
let me pick out my sexy
writes, Janine is a hottie. Let's put it together. We need
you watch your mouth.
Bro, no, we got to have, we need to, you know what we need to have is another one of those Point pew-pew get-togethers or something, a pew-pew picnic, something along that. We got to have holidays
something with guns.
Yeah. The holidays are coming
Something with Sarita's pork chops.
Oh, was that? Yes.
Pork chops and guns.
Sarita's pork chops. And let me see. We got, we need Pam Duvall's everything.
Yeah,
chicken
potato
Kelly.
salad.
I swear to God, I'll bring the bowl back this time. I promise, I'll bring the bowl back. Jack LeMay on the YouTube sign saying good morning to everybody. That's sweet. Dave Duane is reminding you that we've got rainy Fridays. Be safe on the road. Liza Tuncap is saying good morning. All right, got you, Steve and Liz checking in, and everybody looks like the gang is literally all here. At 6:38, we got to take a break. Are we breaking or we're not going to break? We'll break after the news.
We're going to go to Donna.
Donna with news and headlines right about now, and then we'll take care of all of the rest of the table of contents a little bit later on. How about Donna? What's going on?
Ethan Mendiola, charged with murdering Ryan Chaco, is being held on $200 cash bail. Chaco had 14 stab wounds and was found in his burning Dedido home. Co-defendant Frank Regis Jr. is accused of setting the fire and has a $10,000 bail. Mendiola claims self-defense. Both men could face long prison sentences if convicted. And GWA will close roads today in half-hour intervals for sewage inspections this morning. 9th and 10th Street in Hagåtña and Agate Bay Dollar Store from 9 to 11:30, and this afternoon from 1 to 3 roads by the Agana Pool, Lupang Beach Tower, and Palisan Vitores in Tumon. For more information, contact GWA at 646-4211. And JFK's senior class is hosting a haunted house at the Agana Shopping Center's second floor expo hall on October 26, 27, and 31. The event runs from 5 to 10 each night. Pre-sale tickets are available for $7 starting today at the JFK Breezeway during lunch. Tickets will be $10 at the door. Guests must complete a waiver form before purchasing tickets. And those are your local headlines on the point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, checking in with Raj and Saab with the Diwali event over the weekend. Yes, because I'm curious. They said they were getting close to being sold out when we did the interview the other day, and I'm checking with Saab this morning. She says almost sold out. almost sold out. If you listen long enough, I'll get you details on where you can go and in the very last minute, get your tickets. And then choose your seats. They've also figured out ways that you can choose your seats online so you can sit with the people that you want to or not sit with the people that you don't want to sit with. Right? So we'll tell you about that. I'll get you details on how you can do that in just a little bit. Almost sold out for Diwali tomorrow night over at the Hyatt Hotel. 6:40, more Ray Gibson on the way.
Senator Will Parkinson knows that your home is your castle. That's why he fought to expand the castle doctrine, empowering you to protect your family, your property, and your rights. With Senator Parkinson in the legislature, your right to defend what's yours is stronger than ever. Senator Parkinson stands for your Second Amendment rights and your right to protect your home. Strong, decisive, and committed to your safety. Let's re-elect Senator Will Parkinson.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I grew up in a middle-class family in Dededo. My parents saved for years to buy our home, but today, too many families are locked out of that dream.
Ginger Cruz has a plan to make affordable housing a reality.
I'll fight for flexibility so H2 Labor can build homes outside the fence.
She'll focus on tax credit programs to boost development and get Guam its share of national money to help first-time home buyers.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I'm ready to fight for Guam on day one.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Pork chop, says Sarita, and Donna D says, hint, hint, manifest. Okay, gotcha. Well, so cute. If you can't wait out the Sarita pork chops, then here's what you do. Swing by Hafalo and check out some of the poke bowls that they've got there. Award-winning Kelligwin poke. It's ahi poke tossed with coconut milks and lemon and lime and tomatoes and onions and green bell peppers and cucumbers. Pika poke, Cali poke, the shoyu poke, tofu poke, spicy tuna, and the Aloha poke, original style, brother. You know what I mean? Check it out today. Hafaloa in Tuman. Well, normally not as busy as it is right now at this time. Don't know exactly what's going on. 642, but you can take a look at the area around John F. Kennedy High School, Kmart, that intersection, running very, very busy right now in all kinds of directions. Naturally, there might be some kids getting dropped off over at the Kmart that are walking over to the other side. Most of the rest of it should be running clear, but expect some delays if you're going up and down JFK Hill right about now. Nothing major up at Anderson Air Force Base. Southbound Marine Corps Drive up in Jigo into Dededo is looking pretty good right now. A couple of spots where it's slower than I'd say normal, but it's not like we're backing up a whole lot of traffic. Basic intersection traffic at 3 and 1, and Micronesia Mall intersection running a little bit busier than normal today as well. But again, not backed up. It's just slow. 8, 10, and 16, that intersection's running clear. Don't see anything that is going to make you crazy on Route 8 if that's the way you're getting into town. Route 4 is starting to busy up in the usual spots over by Ta'i, cost you less, Sinahanya, and the Ordot area. A little bit of traffic over by the GW intersection on Route 10. Downtown Agunya running very, very pretty right now until you get to just in front of Adelup, and somebody screwed up the light up there. I don't know. Somebody like a bush cutter or something hit a wire. I don't know what the heck happened, but it's been running slow there every morning for the last couple of weeks. You know, people need to get to work at the seat of government. Come on, let's get the DPW. Vince, get somebody on that and reconfigure the light, but don't screw it up down the way, because that's what's going to happen is they're going to fix that light, and then the one down by Polaris, then that one's going to get all screwed up. The one by the boat base, or not boat basin, but the one over by the port, that one's going to get screwed up. So be very, very careful as you address these serious traffic issues there, Mr. Ariola. Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way to Big Navy and Sumai, looking sweet. It's 644. That's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
See Nissan Guam first. Whether you're looking at the bold Sentra sedan or the rugged Frontier pickup, you'll get advanced technology, bold styling, and agile performance. Both come standard with Safety Shield 360, Nissan's full suite of of safety technology. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Guam is key to national security, and Ginger Cruise has a plan to make that the key to our economic success.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I'll fight to bring the ship repair facility back to Guam to create new high-paying jobs. And I'll expand the use of hub zones to help small businesses grow.
Ginger will make Guam America's economic bridge to Asia to bring down costs and raise opportunity. Ginger Cruise is ready to fight for Guam on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruise for Congress.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruise for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruise.
Paid for by Ginger Cruise for Congress.
Me? It is?
Yeah, you're the guy.
Oh, I am. Okay, I forgot. I'm sorry. Portions of the broadcast made possible by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. What do they do there? It's in a name. That's why they call it Security Title. Make sure it's all clean. And then the rest of it is, escrow and all kinds of other fantastic services that they provide over at Security Title to make the somewhat complicated process of buying and selling and trading real estate that much easier. Don't believe me? Ask anybody that's worked with them, and they'll tell you all about Kim and Ron at Security Title.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Oh, who's that on the screen? Is that little baby Ava Ea? I hope I said that right. On her way to United Nations Day as they celebrate the beauty of the Philippines. UN Day. Did you ever do that when you were a kid growing up? And they wanted to have you, represent.
I did, man.
where
I wore the loincloth, man. I was like the whitest dude. Yeah,
so
tomorrow, man.
The thing is, I actually believe him when he says that. I can actually see
it happened. It really did.
Showing up at school where just the thu, if you will. And maybe a little spear, a little headband up there. I can actually picture this. But what about you, Donna? Did you ever when you were schoolgirls? Did they have you dress up in nations of the world, that kind of thing?
I only remember kindergarten, LBJ. I was assigned Japan.
They assigned you Japan?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because you're Batsuku, that's why. He's got Batsuku eyes, that's why. What about your daughter? When she was coming up, did she ever have to endure that?
Yeah, at I-Learn. I know she did one. I think it was like Mexico or something. I forgot. Something Mexican or Hispanic.
I've seen her. I don't know that there's a deep Mexican streak or Hispanic streak that runs through her.
I think it was each class had a different...
Oh, and that was
theme.
just the one that she got.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, welcome to the program. Having a good time. Speaking of the United Nations, story that we had yesterday, and I didn't bother reading it because I went through a little bit of past the headline. Guam law firm lodges human rights complaint against the U.S. military. Guam-based law firm, the rest of the story goes, has filed charges of human rights abuse against the U.S. military, alleging violations of Chamorro people's indigenous rights to self-determination in a clean and healthy and sustainable environment. Yeah, because it's the military dropping all those abandoned vehicles all over the island. It's those guys, right? They're the ones that are trashing the beaches every weekend.
Doing great.
It's them. They're the ones that are doing that. The Blue Ocean Law filed the complaint before the special rapporteur on behalf of the community group Protehe Letekzen, a.k.a. Save Reptilian. And then they got the whole rest of it, and I'm going, okay. Anytime that when we start talking about these special rapporteurs and the role that the United Nations is playing and, self-determination, et cetera, for Guam, I just kind of roll my eyes. And that's why you didn't hear too much about this story there yesterday, and probably even going to be less of it here today in the broadcast. 6:49. If you're looking for some good news around here that I'd be happy to share with you right now, there's a story. We get a guy calls the radio station every once in a while and asks about what's going on with the cola.
Oh, we got a lot of guys.
We get a lot of guys calling up. Yeah. So is there cola now? And the answer is 20 now, for some of you, this might be the trigger. This might be the thing that breaks the no frowny face contract agreement understanding that we have on Friday mornings.
No.
$20.4 million being transmitted to fund GovGuam retiree COLA. According to Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, half a day to all the people in Guam, but in particularly the more than 8,800 retirees and survivors of the government of Guam. I like the way he puts that. Survivors. Aren't we all technically survivors of the government of Guam?
We are.
You just think about all of the things that we got to put up with. Hey, look, I survived the roads. Hey, we survived the hospital. The kids are surviving the school. Maybe, I don't know. But we're all survivors of the government of Guam. I'm pleased to report that today the Department of Administration is transmitting more than $20.4 million to fund the retiree COLA, $2,300 per recipient for all of these COLA retirees. So for the people who have been waiting for it, here we are, just 17 days from the general election. And now the Lola Cola is out there. 6:51 and change, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And is that Landon on the line?
Landon
Eidlet on the line.
All torque.
Yes, this is the Torque One brand, of course, built for speed. And there's multiple 5Ks coming up where he's going to prove it while he's pushing a stroller with a little boy in the inside of it. How does he achieve that kind of speed?
That little boy's 15 years old now, Ray.
Yes, and he's helping out now. He's spinning the wheels. And he's running. He's the throttle man for the motor that's in that. Way to go. Anyway, 6:51 and change. Landon Eidlet's on the line now. Before I harangue you about getting me all charged up for a Grill Marks weekend, and now all of a sudden it looks like it's going to be snotty and soggy all weekend long. Before we do that, I do want to congratulate you and be heartfelt with the Taipei 101 and using that as a vehicle to bring more attention to the construction project. And that put out, 10,000 cans of food that's going to go to the less fortunate?
And that's a baseline amount of canned goods collected. I think from 4 of our top performing teams, that's Costulas Telefopo Elementary School, Girl Scouts Troop 406, and there was one other team. But between the 4 of them, they had about 9,400 cans of food. And then that does not include the other 8 teams, as well as many of our food drop sites across the island and many of the donations that came on site as we were building the tower. So I'm thinking the number is somewhere between 15 and 18,000 cans of food that will really help establish Be Heartfelt and help them solidify their presence and serving the kids on the island, which was a big goal for Lori to service every school on Guam and really help those kids that are struggling to have weekend meals.
It really for a lot of people makes a difference. And as I'm fond of saying, Guam is a better place because you and your brother live here, and a better place because we got Be Heartfelt now, which is a growing part of the community, and really looking for ways to do things like put food in people's stomachs and shoes on people's feet. I think it's fantastic. 6:53, and that's enough of me shining your shoes. What the heck's going on with the weather? I've been telling everybody all week that we were going to have Grill Mark Thursday, Grill Mark Friday, and we're back to the standard. It's a standard scattered showers and thunderstorms forecast all day today and tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the current forecast that was published this morning is a little bit heavy-handed with the current situation. But I think if there was one word to describe the weekend's regional weather, it's going to be juicy. Not necessarily that we're going to have a lot of nonstop showers and thunderstorms, but it's going to be like what you're seeing this morning, a mix of some sun, some dry areas, and then some spotty showers. They could be heavy at times. We saw that yesterday. After we spoke on, I think it was Wednesday, you mentioned no invest areas in the region. That was correct. But literally the next day, that little cluster of weather, Joint Temperature Warning Center did open up at Invest 93W. just to our east, and that drifted just over Guam overnight. That's passing to our west. But there's another invest area that's centered just northwest of us. It's 94W, and JTWC did rate that as a low for development. Here's where it gets centered.
Yeah, but it's northwest. I mean, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, well, we have to keep a watch on it because that's going to help influence the regional weather pattern as we go into the weekend and early next week. There will very likely be some development next week with that monsoon flow over our region, but we could see some tropical weather developing in the Philippine Sea just to our west. So no direct threats to us, but it's going to be very interesting across the western Micronesia region, probably for at least the next 5 to 8
Okay,
days.
so I did not see that in any of the forecast tools that I've got. So, but it's there, and the point that you're making is as it develops, it's going to be sucking weather, dragging weather across the Mariana Islands, and that could be a factor here in any of the near-term plans that we've got today, tomorrow, into Sunday, and early next week.
Correct, and so this isn't anything I would cancel weekend plans for, but it's something that you want to keep in mind that if you will be going to the beach, and I know the Weather Service will be having a little potluck at Tuman this evening for one of our staff members moving to the States, keep an eye on the weather pattern and the forecast because in this situation, things can change in a matter of hours. What's sunny and dry at one moment can be a deluge in the next hour. So keep that in mind. There's a lot of plans going on in Saipan today, outdoor events, as well as the governor's complex later this morning. And so
what are they
the radar
doing?
does not look bad right now.
Are they going to get the Lola Cola just handing out checks to everybody? What?
I'm not sure what the event is. I was talking to Crystal yesterday, and I think it's an outdoor luncheon at the complex going on today. And so right now the radar looks not so bad, just some spotty showers. And the satellite shows all the heavier clouds up toward Tinian and Saipan. But we'll be watching this into the weekend.
Gotcha. So we might get a break for most of it. So I should not break my plans to go beachy today.
I would not break your plans at this point.
Gotcha.
But keep an eye on the sky.
Yep, as usual. Lana, you have a fantastic rest of the day. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon.
888-8255-888-TALK. That's the way it is. The weather's going to be looking out for the next couple of days. And while he was wrapping things up, I was going to see if I could write to Crisco and ask what's going on today. What's going on today?
Oh, you didn't start with Dear Crystal?
At Gov's
I always start
complex.
with Dear Crystal.
Do you?
Yeah. Dear Crystal Heart.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do.
Because she's married.
I know.
There's that. Oh,
I know, but I got to be nice.
Yeah, by the way, I got on the YouTube side, who was it that said the way it is says Janine is a hottie. And I said, yeah, absolutely. Hottie runs in the family. Just FYI. Anybody that knows her, anybody that knows her sister is going, oh, yeah, that's right. I know what that's all about. 657 and change. So that's a big deal on the table of contents this morning. $20.4 million being sent over to the Department of Administration so they can cut about 8,800 checks. So if you are a retiree or survivor of the government of Guam, then you've got $2,300 coming to you, $2,400 coming to in your direction. And I'd like to just let you know right now, currently, I'm most comfortable in an extra large. I'll do a large in a pinch. I haven't really changed anything in my preferences for obscene short shorts. I mean, that's still a factor. And I think that in and of itself keeps a number of people away from the beach, no matter what the weather starts looking like. Anyway, 657, we got that going on. Yen at 150. We'll go over some of the other numbers. Looks like the Dow is back again in record territory today, clawing back. And maybe a lot of that has to do with the stellar job that Kamala Harris did in her interview yesterday with Brett Baer on Fox. She's referring to it. I love this. She's referring to it as masterclass. I mean, it's obvious. It's predictable, right? I mean, the conservatives are going to say, oh, my God, Brett Baer wiped up the floor with her and all the towels that were getting thrown in from all of her assistants and people. But the other side now is saying that Kamala, it was a masterclass of debate and forum and interview prowess for the Fox viewers, and probably going to be sending a lot of voters in her direction now that the election is as close as it is. Although maybe not necessarily the way they're seeing it. I was looking at some numbers for the gamblers, and I don't know to what degree that makes a difference, right? Because all the news media is doing polls. They're out there conducting stuff and asking people what they think about Kamala versus Trump. All the big news agencies, all the big research firms. But there are places like in Las Vegas now. And, it seems to me that would carry a little bit more weight because people are actually putting money behind their sentiment here. And right now, Kamala Harris is running less than 40% as favored to win the presidency of the United States of America. Donald Trump over 60%. Is that going to be the ultimate guidance on what's going to be happening in just 18 days? Actually, if you look at it, and I keep referring to us as being 17 days away from the election because that's exactly what's happening. We are 17 days, 23 hours away from our general election today, and at plus 12, 24 on that for stateside. It's going to be an interesting next couple of weeks, don't you think? 7 o'clock, time for Fox News and The Point.
Now's the time to move on. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. That from President Biden just arriving in Germany and reacting to the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar.
Good day for the world.
Calling it a good day for the world and telling reporters he called Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to congratulate him hours after Sinwar was killed by Israeli forces in Gaza.
This was not an advanced intelligence operation or an elite military unit that was on the ground operating to go after Sinwar. These were soldiers from a training brigade, Battalion 450.
Fox's Trey Yingst reports that same battalion had responded to the October 7th attacks. Prime Minister Netanyahu says the war isn't over, reaffirming the goal of getting remaining hostages released.
This moment gives us an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza.
Vice President Kamala Harris says it also sends a message
to any terrorist who kills Americans, threatens the American people, or threatens our troops or our interests. Know this, we will always bring you to justice.
The Pentagon says U.S. forces did not have direct involvement in Sinwar's death, but that a small number of special operations forces have been advising the Israelis on hostage recovery. Harris's statement on Sinwar came in between campaign events in Wisconsin, including one with billionaire Mark Cuban, while Elon Musk makes stops in Pennsylvania, trying to get out the early vote for former President Trump.
What he's done is said that if you want to come to one of these events, you've got to fill out a petition, say that you support the First and Second Amendment. Hadn't said anything about the rest of the Constitution, but First and Second Amendment, and then you have to have it voted already.
Fox Business's Jeff Flock at a high school outside Philadelphia. Trump is in New York for an annual dinner event that mixes politics and charity. Harris is sending a video message. America is listening to Fox News.
On Guam, family is everything. But for many, we're getting sandwiched between caring for our aging parents and for our kids and grandkids. It's a blessing, but for some working families, it's challenging. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad because caring for family shouldn't be impossible. A key priority for me will be working to expand federal support for childcare, fully fund universal pre-K, and increase access to elder care insurance and assisted living. It's great for the economy, but it's also great for families.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
After the Trump assassination attempt in Pennsylvania, warns it can and will happen again without major changes in the U.S. Secret Service.
Acting Director Ronald Rose says the Secret Service will examine the report and recommendations and says it has already, quote, significantly improved our readiness, operational and organizational communications, and implemented enhanced protective operations.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz in Washington. The independent panel says the agency has become bureaucratic, complacent, and static. attic. Investigators are still collecting evidence in Argentina, where former One Direction singer Liam Payne died yesterday after falling from a third-floor hotel balcony. Police in Buenos Aires say Payne's hotel room was in complete disarray with broken objects and furniture. Prosecutors say there appeared to be alcohol and narcotics in the room, and they consider the circumstances suspicious. All four of the other former One Direction members just releasing a joint statement saying they're completely devastated by Payne's death. A star of a golden age is being remembered for her decades-long career.
Mitzi Gaynor, the leggy entertainer whose saucy vitality and blonde beauty burst through the big screen in South Pacific and on Las Vegas stages and spectacular TV specials, has died. She was 93 years old. Gaynor was the famed fashion designer Bob Mackey's first celebrity client, and at one time received top billing over the Beatles on The Ed Sullivan Show. She starred in the biggest studio films of the 50s and 60s, from Anything Goes with Bing Crosby and Donald O'Connor, and Irving Berlin's There's No Business Like Show Business. By the end of the 60s, she was starring in her first NBC special called Simply Mitzi.
Fox's Michelle Polino, Gaynor's longtime manager, say she died today of natural causes in L.A. A mixed finish on Wall Street. The S&P slipped a point, but the Dow with a new record close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
I'm Tony Ada. I passed the Castle Doctrine and home invasion law to protect Guam's families. So like you, it angers me when I see these career criminals smiling in their mugshots, because they're more protected than the victim. No more. I will introduce the Take Charge Act to take away the keys from these violent offenders and keep drugs off our streets. But I need your vote. Please remember me, Tony Ada, number 2 on the ballot. Sa Diyos Maasi, maraming salamat po, and thank you.
Nissan Guam is looking for first-time car buyers. See Nissan first and get our best prices and easy financing without a cosigner. Get a brand new Versa as low as $143 per paycheck. Sentra as low as $161 per paycheck. The Kicks as low as $164 per paycheck. And the Frontier as low as $239 per paycheck. Pre-qualify for financing at NissanGuam.com today. Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Half a day. I'm Carl Gutierrez. I was Speaker for 4 years and Governor for 8. And I'm proud to endorse Ginger Cruz for Congress because she has the experience, strength, know-how, and network to get the job done for Guam. As my policy advisor and communications advisor, Ginger was instrumental in driving our island's unprecedented growth. Her tireless dedication to the people of Guam was unmatched. And after her time at Adelup, she took her talents to Washington, D.C.
I think in my testimony, I talked about stabilization and reconstruction environments being...
working at the highest levels of the federal government. I know her love for our island, her deep belief that my fellow veterans are an abiding priority, and I know we can trust her with our future. Join me, vote for Ginger Cruz for Congress. Si Diyos Maasi.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this message, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Hungry? Fill your belly and your load balance with a free meal when you purchase IT&E prepaid cards or SIM at 76 Circle K. Munch on a delicious hot dog or Big Grab chips while sipping on a Polar Pop and connecting with loved ones. Visit ITE.net or visit any 76 Circle K for details. IT&E. Connections that matter.
The Indian Temple of Guam invites you to join us at Guam's Indian Festival of Lights. Yes, it's back, Diwali Ball 2024, on Saturday, October 19 at the Grand Ballroom in Hyatt Regency. Enjoy an array of world-class delicious Indian cuisine prepared by top chefs from the Hyatt, along with cultural entertainment, traditional dances, and of course, Bollywood music. Get tickets now online at www.guamindians.com.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Today at 7:07, I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The family of Sheila Babauta, who was seriously injured in a hit-and-run in Asan, is pleading for community assistance. The crash occurred early Wednesday morning on Dead Man's Curve. Family member Celia Kirigua shared that Babauta is fighting for her life and is a mother to a 13-year-old boy. Kirigua emphasized the urgency for witnesses to come forward Vabata was left alone on the road after being hit. She is currently in serious and unstable condition at Naval Hospital. GPD is actively searching for the driver involved in the crash. Anyone with information should contact police. And more than 8,800 Guam retirees and survivors will soon receive their $2,300 COLA payments. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio announced that over $20.4 million is being sent to DOA to fund these payments, which are arriving 2 weeks ahead of the November 1st legal deadline. The COLA payments, funded by taxpayers, are distributed annually to help retirees manage rising costs of living. The Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration has prioritized ensuring timely payments since taking office in 2019. The checks are not tied to actual cost increases, but provide a flat amount to boost consumer spending and support the local economy. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
GDOE officials are discussing how to meet collective bargaining agreement or CBA requirements despite budget challenges. Deputy Superintendent of Finance Wade Paul says GDOE cannot fill all CBA positions due to limited funding. The department faces tough choices such as removing grass cutting or cleaning contracts to meet staffing needs. Ed Board Chair Mary Okada emphasizes the need to right-size the central office and schools, possibly moving employees to fill the gaps. Okada is also advocating for a management audit to help restructure the department, though it remains unfunded. And GCC invites local vendors and food trucks to its second annual Christmas Bazaar on Black Friday, November 29, and Saturday, November 30 from 8 to 5. The event will be held in the multipurpose auditorium, and proceeds will support GCC student scholarships. Vendors will have exclusive participation per brand with 30 tables available. Vendor fees are $35 for one day or $60 for both days. Food trucks will pay $50 per day for a 10-foot by 10-foot space. Interested vendors should contact Trina San Agustin at trina.sanaugustin@guamcc.edu by November 22 to secure their spots. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
You want to talk about getting a lead on something, huh? We got literally months away from this thing, but they're asking now for vendors, and that's a good deal because I tell you what, those things tend to fill up real fast. 7:11 in the morning, and on screen right now, I got to take care of this. Dr. Hal Wen sent in pictures of his son Vin, who just turned 18. Just turned 18 5 days ago and cast his first vote as an adult.
So he voted?
Yeah, apparently, yes.
How?
Yeah, I don't know how he voted. When he was doctor. Okay, it looks like it was over at the Westin. I can make out the Nico in the background there, and looks like somebody else in the picture also got the vote on at the Westin place. All right, well that's cool. Congratulations and happy 18th birthday to son Vin, Dr. Wen's son Vin. Speaking of birthdays. You know what I found out?
No.
Okay. Wait. Because I reached out to Crystal. You remember the Dear Crystal conversation that we had?
I do.
Okay, and I reached out to her. I said, so what's going on? What's going on in the lawn today over at Adeloop? And she says it's a proclamation signing for Head Start Awareness Month on the Adeloop lawn. That's going to be at 11:30. They've got other proclamations going on. The National Diabetes Awareness Month, proclamation signing for White Cane Awareness Day in the large conference room, and National Disability Employment Awareness Month, also at the Adeloop large conference room. But a big deal going to be made with Head Start on the Adeloop lawn today about 11:30. So that's what Landon was talking about here a little bit earlier. But there might have been a couple of other things that she wanted me to mention without saying she wanted me to mention it. Which was, stand by, hold on. It says. I was whenever I communicate with her, I always go Biba Mayor Paco, right? Because he's my mayor, and that's her dad.
That's your mayor.
She said also Mayor Alec, because his B-Day. Is today Pika's best mayor's birthday today? Mayor Alec from Petey. Is today your birthday, Mayor Alec? that might be worth a birthday phone call. At some point here this morning, if we've got time for it. I got to take care of some weather right now. If you didn't get enough from the conversation that I had with Landon just a few minutes ago, might rain today. It might have already rained today, and there might be more. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast for today, tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night. Now, Landon tried to make it sound like we might be in the clear, and there might be, pockets of this thing moving by. He says it's going to be like this. It's going to be crazy bright OMG sun, and then it will come down like a monsoon, be like that for an hour, and then bam, it'll go back to being sunshiny over the next couple of days. So brace yourself for this. I know some of you have had girlfriends like that, but just brace yourself for that kind of bipolar weather behavior. Mostly cloudy with highs today near 88 degrees. Not going to get very hot. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92, about a 40% chance of rain today. Mostly cloudy tonight, partly sunny tomorrow. In between the raindrops, mostly cloudy tomorrow night. And they say Sunday, pretty much the same thing. Mostly cloudy during the day and mostly cloudy at night. Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings could be in effect. A lot of the wind that's blowing around could make things kind of treacherous out there in the water, so be careful on that. Sunset tonight at 6 o'clock. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Trick or treat, you're so sweet. Give me something good to eat.
It's back. Celebrating your Halloween with Whopper Wednesday. Every Wednesday in October, visit any Burger King restaurant and say, I love, love, love the Whopper. And get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or halvesies and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Call your mommy. Goblins and zombies and get your Whopper Wednesday treat. Happy Halloween from your friends at Burger King. You
Inafamaulig za respetu i mas 3 kilo gitanota. Idin ang kolonya si Ginger Cruz gi sa Guahan, agof toktok ezusia na hinengi. Mapoksay gwizan hami, o maskwala gwizan hami, matoto gwizan hami. Sinceros and magahid i kurasonya, za sentarong i gunaizanya parigislota. Sinya hat ti pareo i hagata, lo pareo i spirituta. Bota si Ginger Cruz para Congreso. Guaha planunya za ti paru na lati italanta.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this message.
Super fast, super smart, and super affordable. The iPhone 16 family is now available at IT&E. Get the iPhone 16 and infinite data for less than $65 a month on the device payment plan. See what Apple Intelligence can do on the widest network in Guam and the Marianas. Whether you're renewing your plan or a new subscriber, head to any IT&E store today. IT&E, connections that matter.
I think I'm going to sell a car here, Real Joe. I think that's what I want to do is sometime in between now and the next 35 seconds, I will trigger that thought in somebody's head where they're going, yeah, I could use a new ride. I got kind of a jalopy feeling when I'm riding around in this. It still has a cassette deck, still got an 8-track player in it, only picks up AM radio. It's time for me to get something. I deserve a new ride, and you do. NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. You might be going, well, I got lousy credit. What can you help me with? They've got a first-time buyer program, and the way that works, it's really simple. You apply, they approve, you drive away, and they're going to keep the payments low on you, so you can always make them. Maybe get a little bit ahead on that, and then once you have done that, once you've gotten around to a really, really good payment record, then all of a sudden the credit card companies and the credit companies are going to start looking at you and say, hey, this is somebody that we can trust with our credit, and your credit scores will go up, and allowing you to buy even more stuff. Easy financing, low monthly payments, no co-signer required. If this sounds interesting, and then you're looking at the Versa at $143 a paycheck, like I said, they're going to keep that as low as possible for you. If that sounds interesting, start with a visit to NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. 716 Ray Gibson Show, also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Really? 7:20? Are you sure? Doesn't leave me a whole lot of time. Real Joe producing with the voice letting me know when the next break opportunity is. Don't normally do traffic at this time, but I feel like I've got to let you know about this. From the Kmart JFK intersection, I'm pointing off in that direction because that's where it is relative to the radio station. From right around there, the JFK Kmart intersection, running busy northbound from about where the Donkey Village is, northbound towards John F. Kennedy and Kmart. Not exactly sure what's going on. Maybe just a lot of traffic out there, and you are going to run into some southbound traffic at the intersection by the village of Donkey. Just a lot of cars on the road these days. Not sure where they came from, though. That's the crazy thing, because there's not a whole lot of traffic north of that or south of it. It's just kind of weird. A little bit of traffic over in the Day-to-Do area as you get closer and closer to 1 and 3. Hardly any traffic at all at the Micronesia Mall intersection. 8, 10, and 16 running a little bit clear here this morning. Nothing ganging up on you on the Route 10 side over at Wendy's. Nothing crazy on the other side by Super Happy Mart, and not a whole lot going on over by the fire station. So just be on the lookout, and just be aware that slower than normal traffic northbound on Marine Corps Drive between the village of Donkey and Kmart here this morning. 888-255-888 TALK is the telephone number. As I said, checked on my Diwali ball people, and they said they're very, very close to sold out. If you haven't yet, go to www.guamindians.com. There's a /Diwali, but I think all you got to do is just kind of get to the front page of the website, and you'll be able to navigate from there. You can purchase your tickets online. Obviously, credit cards, debit cards accepted, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, etc. Discover! Not too many people take Discover on Guam. Not too many people do, but the Indians do. GuamIndians.com on the World Wide Web. Village of Donkey, and I had a couple of meetings there yesterday. And one of them was because one of my guys wanted to have some sushi, so I went for the first time to Waka. Have you ever been? You ever been there?
What is Waka Waka?
Well, it's the sushi place there, and it's like automated, like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, like Japan.
It's great for introverts.
Yes, exactly. So you go in and you press the button, and it asks you how many people you're with, and if it's done, it's just one, and then it gives you a tape. It gives you a number, and then by and by there's this the computer, the robot calls the number, and then you have to put in this little passphrase that you get on the ticket.
Wait, you went there last night?
Mine was a rabbit. Mine was rabbit, table number 123, and mine was a rabbit, and then the guy takes you to table 13, and that was cool. And I didn't realize this, but they've like an iPad ordering gizmo. Have you ever seen that outside of Japan?
Technology.
Neither did I. And you can press on that for that kind of sushi, and that if you want this, and one you scooch over, and they have a size super dry that you can press the button on that, and pretty soon a guy brings you the beer. But when your food comes, it kind of sneaks up on you. There's like a I don't want to say a train, because it's not. It just kind of out of the wall, out of the thing, and you pull the.
It shoots out.
Wow, what a thing! I was like, wow, this is kind of amazing. And it is. I've never seen anything like this on Guam before. And the sushi actually was pretty good. And I thought the prices for a couple of people eating at the same time was good as well. But while I was waiting for my meeting, there was a little bit of a clamor going on. Right outside. What's the name of the stationery place, Donna? At Donkey, what's the name of it? Oh, never mind. It's okay. But yesterday was kind of a family and friends opening for the Murugame Udon.
I went there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was packed.
Well, yeah. Were you able to get through?
I couldn't get in. Everybody was acting desperate.
Okay, Jay Onadera.
They were embarrassing.
Jay Onadera
AJ
says as soon as they're done with this part, says anytime, bro. Just anytime. Real
That's
Joe
my classmate.
and Donna D. And he mentioned that.
Congrats, guys.
Yeah, way to go.
We're proud of you.
Congratulations on the grand opening. Murugame Udon, and I sent the picture that's on screen right now. I sent to my daughters in San Francisco, and she says, "Oh my God, this is great. We're going to go eat there when I get back." And I said, "I'll wait for you," not realizing that it's probably a month and a half before she's going to be getting back from college. Anyway, 7:21 in the morning. Jerry Robertson, the Extra Point. That's coming up next.
Huff a day. I'm Chris Dueñas. It has been my honor serving as your senator for many years. Together, we have gotten tax refunds paid on time, created affordable housing, and introduced Maulik to respond to Guam's drug crisis. There's so much more to do, so the fight continues. Change is good with the right leadership. Please re-elect me, Senator Chris Dueñas. Thank you, Sidzuus Moasi, and maraming salamat po. I'm Chris Dueñas, and I approve this message.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. $1 soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
I'm Rachel, mother of 4. Babies born on Guam are more likely to die in the first year
than anywhere else in the nation.
I'm Tom Fisher. We have to turn that statistic around, and I've introduced a bill in the Guam Legislature to do just that. We have to save the next generation of Guamanians.
Vote for Attorney Thomas Fisher. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I grew up in a middle-class family in Dedido. My parents saved for years to buy our home, but today, too many families are locked out of that dream.
Ginger Cruz has a plan to make affordable housing a reality.
I'll fight for flexibility so H2 Labor can build homes outside the fence.
She'll focus on tax credit programs to boost development and get Guam its share of national money to help first-time home buyers.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I'm ready to fight for Guam on day one.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
What a thing. What a thing. You know, I was raised in a middle-class household.
At least she believes in higher education, and she went to the Kamala School for copywriting.
Yeah. It was I don't know, Ginger. That was a bad idea for Kamala, and I'm not sure if it's a great idea for you to. If AI told you that was a great script and move, I don't know. I'd get another service. Quick look at what's going on in the markets. Just fast. Record territory again for the Dow. Just hitting the big marks here. 43,239. Picked up 161 points. NASDAQ up by almost 7. That's right, only 7 points. And the S&P 500 drifting down by 1 point. So we got your mixed closure for the day. We got the FTSE up by 56. Nikkei down by 269. Hang Seng off by 207. Shanghai Index down by 33. So not a great day on the Asian markets. On the commodities, we go back to oil. Oil at $70.76. Is that right? $70.76 for a barrel of West Texas crude right now. $70.66 when I got into work yesterday. A little bit more expensive. Got into work this morning. A little bit more expensive than it was yesterday. $70.39. Brain's moving faster than my mouth again. Japan yen 150.29 today, and obviously a little bit weaker than where it was yesterday. And it looks like a developing trend that is moving that way for the Japanese and South Koreans. Their won is at 1,372. Philippine peso at 57.78, not too far off from where it was yesterday. In fact, just a hair stronger. Bitcoin number for Andrew.
66,805. We're down by $800 this morning.
$800,
Bro, are you not well?
Oh, I'm.
No, he said
I've
he
never
was karaoke
been
last
well.
night. He said he was doing karaoke last night. He was Steven Tyler, Aerosmith jams.
Really?
Yeah. And,
There's an extra point in there somewhere.
There's an extra point somewhere in all of that.
It ain't going to be a good one, I can tell you.
Correct. Speaking of extra point, we got to roll into that right now. Jerry Robertson, maybe his extra point here this morning, inspired by the Kamala Harris interview debate with Brett Barr yesterday. What a show.
Well, I'll say, the people are saying, well, she's a fighter. She didn't answer the question on Biden, which was obvious. She said something, but she said he's not on the ballot. But she is.
Yes.
And she sat there for 3.5 years and watched him decline, and then she wouldn't answer the question. So my point, and she still wouldn't own up to the border. So, I mean, there's the point about her facing off with Fox, the reason she did it is because her internal polling tells her she's losing. Otherwise, she never would have done that.
External polling isn't all that much better.
No, but the internal stuff is what they really take, what they really watch. So she knows she's losing, but the point now is that she goes there, and if there were any undecideds left in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, these are hard-working, blue-collar places, right? They call it the Rust Belt for a reason. And these people respect when you look them in the eye and you tell them the truth. If she would have owned up to it yesterday and said, look, I screwed up. Okay, and Biden, look, I was trying to be loyal to the guy. I did see decline, right? I tried to help him. We made some mistakes. I'll do better. She would have come off better having done that.
As opposed to
simply not answering the
running
question.
Around the backhand and Trump. How many times did she invoke his name?
If there were any undecideds left, she lost them last.
I think you're right. 7:27 in the morning. No undecideds here. Everybody's crazy about the extra point. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jer.
Thank you, sir. I'm always on the lookout for new ways to be productive. And every year people come out with their systems they swear will squeeze out more production, more value, more. I've got one of those for you today. If you like the number 3, You're going to like this system. It's coming at you next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The elusive method for higher and higher productivity. When will we find it? I caught an article that praised a British author named Oliver Burkeman. He specializes in self-help books. Burkeman has a method he calls the 3-3-3 technique. I told you, number 3 lovers, I had something for you today. So you might have guessed that 3-3-3 means there are 3 parts to Burkeman's system. Number 1, you spend 3 hours on your most important work. Makes sense. Whatever that is, you give it your best. Once you've identified that work, you decide what your intended progress will be for those 3 hours. Don't dismiss the goal part of this. If your work was to make 20 widgets or add 100 accounts to a spreadsheet or perform 2 3,000-mile services on a vehicle, well, you do it. You set the goal. Number 2, you complete 3 shorter tasks. Now, usually these are urgent to-dos or things that you've been avoiding for a while. You know you've got things you've been promising to start or complete, and they still occupy a place on some list somewhere of yours. I know I do. And in the daily chase to get the big things done, if there's a part of my world that doesn't get handled, it's these little smaller to-dos that should have been done a long time ago. Can I set 3 of these up every day until I've run out the whole lot of them? Well, that's kind of the key question, at least it is for me. Number 3, you do 3 maintenance activities, things that you should do during the course of your day. The author of the article indicated that email could be one of those maintenance items. I'm not sure it actually fits in, given the fact that most people check their email a dozen times a day, 24 times a day, maybe more. The 3-3-3 system doesn't require that these maintenance activities be work-related. Getting in some exercise could be one of them. Doing your morning routine could be another. A third could be learning something new. Some of these tasks may take 5 minutes. Some could take an hour or more. What if you could knock out 3 of these every day? There is no rigid requirement to do any of these things in a certain order. You mix and match as you see fit. So that being said, you have to decide how to prioritize the schedule. You have to decide what your deal breakers are. What would be a deal breaker in this situation? It's when you don't get your most important things done or even started because you were involved with other elements of your schedule and time just got away from you. Burkeman, the author of this 3-3-3 system, explained that the method is not a means to squeeze everything you want to accomplish into one day, nor is it intended to structure your entire schedule. Instead, the aim is to focus on at least one important task, address a few things you've been putting off, and handle several activities that help you to maintain your professional and your personal life. It's also intended to take less than a workday to complete. Burkeman aims for about 6 hours each day for everything involved in his method. Therefore, the 3-3-3 system is more flexible than the average personal productivity systems we've all seen. Many of us have tried, and we've probably given up on. You've got more on your plate. You've got more on your plate than you can accomplish in a single day. So do I. No system, this one included, will change that. However, this one might help you to get more out of what you want to get done actually done. And it's likely less stressful than the other ones. I'd guess less restrictive, too, without a long list of rules that you have to follow. 3-3-3. Will it work for you? There's only one way to find out. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
You know, every once in a while we get in the conversation about AI.
Yep.
And, better for worse, they're now talking about some kind of an AI manifesto, like the robot, don't cause any harm to humans, that kind of thing. Even though you're going to be infinitely smarter than us in just a little bit. 7:32 in the morning. Here's an interesting technology story. One startup company is touting the potential of a new AI platform. And the way it would work is using artificial intelligence. It would create a digital twin of you, which is already a concept that we're talking about. But this digital twin would be able to, using AI applications, all kinds of other deep tech stuff, would become a future version of you. So let's say you're 35 now. Let's say you're 35 now, you get a digital twin of yourself, and then you say, okay, this is the digital one. This is the one that's going to advance in age and be able to acquire experience, and it will already have everything it needs to know about me personally, because it's your digital twin. So it's got your DNA. It knows what your DNA is all about. It knows what your current health systems are like, and what you could possibly be like in the future, given pre-existing conditions, et cetera, et cetera.
And that's how it'll proceed. It'll imagine your next 30 or 40 years.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would also have a certain kind of sentient consciousness, and will be able to give you advice of one kind or another. Now, I don't know if it's going to give you the kind of advice that says, buy Yahoo now or invest in Apple or anything like that.
What is it? Are you really going to eat that?
Yes. Are you sure you want to eat that? Because here it is. This is the future version of yourself. And I'm sorry, as it turns out, we can't actually tolerate too much spicy food in our diets. This is causing problems. This will cause problems for you down the road. Anyway, there's more on this story a little bit later on. Did you ever work at McDonald's when you were a kid?
No.
Kamala Harris is unsure of apparently after the interview, she's called McDonald's asking for if she can get her old job back. Is the story. There is this flippin' burgers at McDonald's is turning into a coveted resume line for CEOs and presidential candidates alike. A stint in fast food is a badge of honor for business leaders who want to be viewed as humble and relatable, and proof that they worked to get where they are today. With a stint at McDonald's, they estimate that 1 in 8 Americans will work at one of its thousands of locations around the world, including several here on Guam. Among their alumni, Jay Leno worked at McDonald's. Pink, the singer, worked at McDonald's. Jeff Bezos worked at McDonald's. It's true. Vice President Harris has spoken about working at McDonald's when she was a student, and she said her time there has helped her better understand working class America. Of course, you can't find anybody in the entire McDonald's corporation that has any record whatsoever of her working there when she grew up in that middle class home.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Now, 7:35 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts. Thanks for the extra point. I'll work on dividing my work into thirds. You want details on that? Eventually, it'll be up in the XP section on the what's the name of the website again?
GuamTraining.com.
Isn't there a Guam training thing coming up pretty soon? Live to Lead again?
November 21st.
November 21 is going to be another one of those things. Can you get tickets yet?
Website's up and live. If you go to livetoleadguam.com, the website is live.
Okay.
live2leadguam.com.
All right, so you just press on a couple of buttons in there, and it'll ask you for a credit card number and all that?
Everything you need to know. Oh, I can announce the local speakers?
Yes.
Okay, we have great national speakers. Malcolm Gladwell, John Gordon, both are authors. Valerie Burton is another one. And then, of course, John Maxwell. And then the comedian Michael Jr., okay, he's a comedic thought leader. He's doing some really interesting things across the country.
Okay.
But locally, we have Christine Belletto, CEO of Docomo Pacific, and Lee Weber.
Hey.
From the Micronesian Divers Association.
Corman, I need a Corman.
And that, too. Plus, a media publisher for many, many years. So those two people have graciously agreed to be our speakers this year.
Nice.
It's going to be a knockout event. So if it's something you want to bring your team to, please do. live2leadguam.com.
that sounds like it would dovetail wonderfully. Dale Carnegie, I guess they're going to be doing a Dale Carnegie course here sometime in the next few days.
They came in from Hawaii several months ago and did a few courses, and they said they're coming back.
Well, any kind of training is going to be great. It's always better with Jerry Roberts, though, because you know him from the radio. 7:37 in the morning. Donna D with a quick look at what's happening in news and headlines from around here, being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King and the guys over at Half a Day Realty. Everybody waiting out the 25th to find out if we got Pika's best. We'll find out all together. Donna D with the news and headlines. What's going on?
The U.S. government will pay Guam $15 million to settle cleanup costs for the Ordot dump. Judge Gia Cobb approved the settlement through a consent decree earlier this month, capping Guam's $160 million lawsuit. This agreement resolves all claims and prevents further litigation following an earlier $48.9 million payment to Guam last year. And funeral services for the late Governor Paul Calvo will be held on Friday, October 25. The community is invited to celebrate his life as a World War II survivor and former governor of Guam. Prayers are held at the cathedral until the 24th. The funeral service is from 9 to 1 at the St. Therese Chapel in Hagåtña, followed by the Mass at 2 o'clock. And B. Hartfeldt's construction event collected 15 to 18,000 cans of food from the competition and donations. Teams created structures at the Hagåtña Shopping Center with Costulas leading with 3,784 cans, followed by Guam Girl Scouts Troop 406 with 2,661 cans. The food will provide meals for 300 children over 4 months. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, thanks very much, Donna D. 7:38, lots to get to in the next 20 minutes, so we'll be right back.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
Half a day and mabuhay. I'm Mary Ann Suyal Luhan, Vice Mayor of Guimbal, Iloilo, Philippines. My husband, Senator Jesse Luhan, is running for re-election as your senator. Senator Jesse fights to reduce inflation, improve healthcare and education, rebuild tourism, and combat crime. Please vote for Senator Jesse Luhan. Thank you very much, and si Juus Maasi.
I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan, and I approve this message.
Hold on. Interest rates are coming down, and that includes residential loans whose rates are the lowest in over a year. If you've been putting off rate financing your home or purchasing a home, wait no longer. And there's our home equity or HELOC program, which gives you money without touching your existing home loan at the lowest rate in over a year. So come see us at Bank Pacific, please, where we've been making home loans for 70 years. Equal housing lender. Credit conditions apply. Member FDIC.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
7:40, that's Beyond the Box time. Swing by Beyond the Box in the Micronesia Mall and check out all the new stuff. I mean, you might be going, yeah, but the iPhone 16, that's been out for a couple of weeks. What's so new about that? That's not the only thing in the Apple family. They got all kinds of iPads and minis, and they got the AirPods and the things that go in your ear and the things that go over your ear. And great prices, too. You don't have to go on base for this. It's right there. First floor, Micronesia Mall, Beyond the Box. I mean, you can go on to base if you want to. I mean, if you know a guy, and if you do, I need cat food. Anyway, so where are we on the traffic? Thought it would start to get busy, and it did. The road leading to Anderson Air Force Base, northbound Marine Corps Drive, a little bit busy. You will see some traffic on Route 9 coming back on that side as well. So expect traffic in both directions at Anderson Air Force Base. We got southbound Marine Corps Drive. Weird kind of stop and go traffic I'm looking at in Pau Pau, trying to get to Waiseng Song. A little bit more traffic over at the KFC intersection on the other side of Leche Macheche, and then it's stop and go all the way to 1 and 3. More traffic on the 3 side trying to get onto Marine Corps Drive. So everybody kind of backed up through there, which means traffic over at the Micronesia Mall actually looking pretty good. Southbound from there is where things have been rather heavy all morning long. Once you get to about where Kmart is, right in front of the radio station and DPW or so, you're going to run into this weird kind of stop and go traffic between there and the village of Donkey. So if you're southbound Marine Corps Drive and you're wondering what's going on, I don't know either. It's just a weird pattern I don't think I've ever seen before.
Sweet potato.
In one of those places, right? Sweet potatoes?
Sweet potato.
Yeah, Murugame is open, all of that stuff. Anyway, we've also got a little bit of traffic. Well, actually, a lot of traffic. It's kind of ugly on Route 8. If you're 8, 10, and 16 southbound on that or inbound into the downtown Agutnia area, we've got a couple of dog and out spots that could aggravate you. Also, tinier bit of traffic over at Taki. Sorry, I said Taki. I meant to say Tai, but it got stuck in my throat. Like Real Joe's voice. We got traffic there, traffic in front of Cost You Less, traffic up in Ordot and Sinahanya, and we got a couple of stops in the downtown Agutnia area as well. Once you were southbound from there, things are looking good. Looks like they fixed the light over at the governor's office over at Adelup, so that's all right. And just a tiny bit of traffic getting into Big Navy down Sumai Way. 742 on the Ray Gibson Show. More like that on the way.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelon, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Breaking news, Guam! KFC is bringing you a deal that'll make you say wow every day. For just $25, you get 10 pieces of KFC's famous original recipe chicken, plus 2 large red rice. This is the wow moment you've been waiting for. That's right, no more waiting for a special day. This deal is available every day of the week. Feed the family, treat yourself, and enjoy KFC's famous fried chicken and red rice combo for just $25. KFC, it's finger licking good.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad. It was the honor of my life to work in Iraq alongside those who served our country in uniform. In Congress, I'll ensure every veteran's claim is reviewed right here on island, and I will never give up the fight to establish a Veterans Medical Center on Guam. I'll seek joint use of military resources to treat our vets. They fought for us. Now it's our turn to fight for them.
Ginger Cruz, ready to fight for Guam's veterans on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
When you want a senator to hear your concerns, you can expect to see her at the hearings. When it comes to the environment, healthcare, and the economy, you can expect her to write quality legislation. Quite simply, when you tell Telo, you can expect and will get results.
I'm Telo Tarigui, and I approve this message.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
I got loads of paper here in the studio and lots of stuff to talk about. You get into the big stories in a news front page of today's Guam Daily Post that Real Joe went out and found for me. The union, as in the teacher union, or I guess it used to be GFT was the Guam Federation of Teachers. Now I just think it's like logo. I don't know that it actually stands. It's just GFT now, which is a kind of a local union. They say dangerous conditions at the schools because of understaffing. They just don't have enough people to meet the requirements. The collective bargaining agreement puts requirements on student, teacher, and support staff ratios as mandated by law. However, it continues not to be met, raising concerns over safety and teachers being asked to perform tasks outside their job descriptions, according to the GFT. So what they want to do here is they want to take care of make sure that teachers aren't being unduly asked to watch the kids as they go from one classroom to another, or not fight or anything like that. And it seems to me the best way to do that is just to hire more people and bring them in as members of the union. Maybe that's one of the ways they look at that. A proposal has been submitted for the Raceway property. Now, you might recall there was a big deal over at the legislature, and all the guys came out and finally got what they needed and signed into law. I think it's part of the Budget Act. The means for the Land Trust Commission to be able to oversee a new agreement with somebody to take over the Guam Raceway properties and do drag races and mud bogging and motorcycle races and things like that in the spot. I personally haven't seen anything on that. Perhaps we'll see if we can get line up with the GMA chair Hans Ada a little bit later on and find out what they've got lined up, what that proposal looks like, and then now that the clock is ticking, maybe see what CLTC has got to say about all of that. Now, yesterday, and I was looking for it again today. I thought maybe they would have bought 2 days worth of ads for this, but yesterday the Chamorro Land Trust Commission put out a notice with about 25 names on it of people who applied for the properties, these CLTC properties, land for the landless, whatever, going back to 1995, December the 2nd, 1995. They opened their doors at 8 o'clock, and I want to say they were just absolutely inundated, bombed with people that went down there, signing up for residential and agricultural properties. Now, here we are 29 years later, and they have finally gotten the lease application process started for the first batch of folks.
Is that what they told them when they first went there? Like, see you in 29?
No, I think there was like, dude, we're going to take a look at this thing and we'll get the numbers together, and should be just a couple of weeks before, we'll say, you know what? Don't call us. We'll put it in a registered letter to what your last known address is. And I'm looking at the list of people, and obviously it just gives you the name. It doesn't give you anything like how old they were at the time they signed up for all of these properties. I know a fella that I used to work with signed up for the properties in 1995 and waited and waited and waited and got divorced, got remarried, got kids, and now lives in Washington State waiting for the telephone call. I don't know what time he went, but this is one of those where they're marking the applicants in time. So I think the first one was like 8:08 in the morning, and at the bottom of the list, that person there had gotten their application in at like 8:28 or something ridiculous. You can pick up the newspaper and take a look at it.
I wonder if those apps are like turning yellow already.
Yeah,
like the termites ate the edges.
Yeah, some are little bite marks around the side. My other question is, how many of these people that signed up for it, A, are still alive, B, how many of them still live on Guam, and C, apparently, how many of them read the Guam Daily Post, the back pages of the Guam Daily Post. Clock is ticking. You got 90 days to get to that. Speaking of clocks ticking, we hope to hear in a little bit from Senator Chris Malfunction Barnett, chairman on the Committee on Education, Public Safety, and Arts Committee on Rules. He put together a FOIA request, Sunshine Reform Act of 1999, regarding a $10 million purchase. You've no doubt heard that there is a little bit of anxiety among our elected representatives on a new hospital. We all agree that there is a need for a new hospital. The disagreement is on where that hospital needs to go. Given the existing infrastructure, that is roads, power, sewer, cable television, internet, and proximity to clinics, proximity to pharmacies, proximity to doctors and their homes. Everybody says, well, it's kind of a no-brainer. Stick it into Mooning, down the road from the current Guam Memorial Hospital. Why the drama? Well, there's other voices who, amongst themselves, because this hasn't been all vetted out in the public yet, have decided that there's a spot up in the middle of nowhere. L2 491 492 495 496 579 326 5290 5280 and 520 5296.
I know who owns that.
Kim and Ron can figure all of this stuff out. Exactly. You do?
I do.
You could have saved Chris Barnett
just by
some
looking
time.
at the numbers.
So he's put out a FOIA request, and I'm kind of curious as to what the status of that is. Do I have Senator Chris Barnett on the line?
You do.
This is great. All I got to do is say good morning, Chris Barnett, and he'll throw in a biba and then take it to the top of the hour. Let's go. Good morning, Chris Barnett.
Good morning, Guam.
Biba.
Good morning, Guam.
Hey, while I got you on the line, do me a favor. Wish Doug Moylan and what's his name, Jess Alley, a happy birthday today. It's their birthdays this weekend.
Happy birthday, Viva, come play on you. Morning, Ray.
Hey,
yeah, my ears were burning. I heard you talking about that FOIA request.
Well, I've been talking about it because I'm glad somebody finally got off the stick and asked the important questions. Is number one, who's the primary beneficiary of what is going to be a $10 million purchase of just 50 acres by Gura? Who's going to be winning that award? Is that the current rate, or does that price factor in the fact that there are designs to put a hospital on it?
Yeah, that's a I asked a bunch of $10 million questions, and I'm glad to call this morning because I actually got a response from Gora yesterday, and the response was, we need more time. So they've extended time for them to respond to the Freedom of Information Act request. But you know what? What's really frustrating about this is we shouldn't have to send FOIAs. Public deals, they shouldn't be conducted like they're being done in a bank boardroom. This should be a very transparent process, and it's reminding me a lot of Eagles Field, where we hear whispers about what's happening. We see rumors. We have the governor making comments in the media. But just because the governor says, I want it in Maguilao, they still have to follow a process. There's still a law and a very complicated process, actually, that Gora has to follow to get into this kind of deal. And, unfortunately, it shouldn't take me sending a FOIA. This is information that they should have come out with at the beginning of this process and been as transparent as possible. We've been fighting for transparency on this new hospital, and not to obstruct it or not to fight against it, but just I've always said from the beginning, the devil's in the details. Put all the cards on the table, and let's see if it's a great deal for the people of Guam. And I heard you talking earlier about Tamuning, and it's not convenient for the doctors, the clinics, and a lot of the medical infrastructure in Tamuning. Tamuning's our medical city. It's convenient for the patients because the closer the doctors and the clinics are to the hospital, the more lives we can save for our patients. And, study after study after study shows that. And, with this Maguilao property, we don't know which Maguilao property it is. We don't know who owns it. I'm hearing things about sinkholes. And, when they continue to conduct this in the dark, they continue to do it under a veil of secrecy. It makes it that much more suspicious. And so that's why I sent that FOIA request, is because, as always, the people of Guam have a right to know. But with, this governor, this lieutenant governor, a lot of times getting basic public information that the people of Guam are entitled to, it's worse than pulling teeth. We've got to send FOIA after FOIA. And you know what I sent a press release out, I want to say it was about a month ago, and I asked all these questions, and I was kind of nudging the media that, hey, when the governor comes out and says it's going to be a Maguilao for sure, then I think the media is I came from the media. You ask the questions. Okay, well, where in Maguilao? How, who's the property? What kind of property are we talking about? What are the negotiations? And the administration never came clean after that. The media covered all those stories. And
yeah, so now you've got to pursue the information with a FOIA. Then there's the sense that I have, and I don't know if you share this with me, but I don't know. It just feels like going through Gura is a kind of an end run.
Yeah, it's another, you got to give the governor's team credit. They're getting creative in all the ways that they can circumvent the legislature. But I've always said from the beginning, the more eyes on this new hospital project, the better. The people of Guam elected the legislature to represent them and to be their voice. And if we're having a conversation about building a new hospital, then the people's voices should definitely have a seat at the table. And, we have no involvement. I mean, look at the position we're in. We're having to send FOIA requests just to get basic information. And they're not budging. If I was the governor, if I was the lieutenant governor, I would have started coming clean and answering the questions. And when they don't, like I said, it just makes it that much more suspicious.
The question is, what are we trying to hide here? I appreciate all of the 7 points that you brought up here, including one that I think is most important, is the suitability, as I said, of Gura to be able to pursue this. Is this part of their charter? Is this part of what their table stakes in the business is? And then the copy, I like this, a copy of the housing or urban renewal project plans that include a Guam medical complex, and whether or not these plans are in conformance with, are you ready for it now, the master plan of Guam that has been approved by the Land Use Commission?
Yeah, and I think the reason why I'm asking that is because, like I said, there's processes that Gora's, they're dealing a lot with the feds, and there's processes that they have to follow. And if they're following these processes, then we would see these blips on the radar in land management. We would see a lot of these plans and where they would become public in place. And, I've looked under every nook and cranny, and I can't find a thing, which to me means that they're hiding something. Whenever you're hiding something from the people of Guam, I'm going to fight, until we get that transparency and hold them accountable, and that's what I'm trying to do.
All right. Well, I do appreciate the time. I know how crazy busy you are. Maybe you've got an opportunity to talk to some of the folks over at the governor's office. Crystal Paco sent me a schedule of events and activities that are taking place, including the proclamation signing for Head Start Awareness Month at the Adelup Lawn at 11:30 this morning. Bring an umbrella, and I think it's kind of interesting that they're doing the signing for Head Start Awareness Month. It seems to me that it was significant pressure on your part to ensure that Head Start actually existed in the school year this year.
That's right, and this was back when the governor and lieutenant governor were standing on the sidelines acting like they didn't know what a GDOE was. And we were in jeopardy of losing the Head Start program, and it was my leadership, my advocacy, my providing the pressure on the Guam Department of Education to provide the resources and manpower to get out to these Head Start centers and correct those deficiencies. But really, it was the leadership of Angelina Lepay, who's was the acting Head Start program director at the time. GDOE facilities and maintenance, they were a big help. We had staff from my office out of these centers lending a hand too. So we really saved this program from the clutches of defeat. And I think that's what happens when you hold the Guam Department of Education, the government of Guam accountable. And that's something that I'm very proud to have been able to do in my freshman term. And it's a big deal. Head Start, we talk about all of the challenges facing our families with the drugs and the breakup of the family. A lot of times Head Start is such a crucial part of, our young people's formation, especially when, this is the program that benefits the most vulnerable, the most poor in our community. And it was on the chopping block. And, the governor, lieutenant governor, they didn't really do much anything to help the Head Start program. Even though they campaigned on fixing the schools for 2 elections, it took me putting that pressure to force the whole of government approach to put the spotlight on our schools and to put the focus on fixing the schools. And, a lot of great people did a lot of good work to bring us to this point. 2 years ago, we're talking about rats and mold in the school. And now we have every single school has a valid sanitary permit based on a past public health inspection. But there's still more work to do. You were talking about the shortage of aides and creating dangerous conditions in the classroom, and that's information that, I uncovered in my oversight hearing. And a lot of times we have these oversight hearings every month, and we get this information out, and it's, it is very dangerous. It's damning. I'm hearing that, we have school aides, staff covering where we should have one-to-ones, and then anytime you're moving people around, that creates shortages.
There's always the potential for something to happen in those moments. 7:59 and change. Now the other reason for the telephone call is I stuck my head in a couple of Chris Barnett fundraisers just for the opportunity to hear you sing. And will there be any between now and the election?
Yeah, we're doing one next Friday at Las Vegas, and that's a karaoke bar. So if you want to karaoke with Chris, come out next Friday. Come in costume. We'll give you a Biba Barnett T-shirt, and it's the second fundraiser and the last fundraiser of this campaign. This is a way different campaign for me. When I campaigned in 22, I didn't have a job, and campaigning was my job. But we really trying to let the campaign be the work, and I'm just trying to continue doing the best work that I can for the people of Guam, and I'm hoping and confident that they'll put their vote of trust and support in me again.
You've even got Auntie Bennett Luhan Duenas, and she only wants Republicans in the legislature. She says Biba Senator Barnett, and she said you the man. So congratulations on winning over that hard. I got to break away. Fox News Live playing now on The Point. I'll see you soon, Chris.
Thanks, Ray.
That's the bud. Next Friday night. Sounds good. It's 8 o'clock. Here's Fox.
American blood is very blood mother.
The president says Sinwar's death is also an opportunity for a new day in Gaza and a return to negotiations.
It's time for this war to end and bring these hostages home. So that's what we're ready to do.
The president says the relief felt by Israelis is no doubt similar to scenes in the U.S. after the death of Osama bin Laden.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Pentagon spokesman General Pat Ryder says U.S. forces did not have any direct involvement in Sinwar's death. And he said,
it does present an opportunity here for a ceasefire. It presents an opportunity for the release of all the remaining hostages. And, of course, we'll continue to work toward that end.
Vice President Harris said the death of Sinwar sends a message to terrorists who threaten Americans that we will always bring leading them to justice. The vice president back in the battleground state of Wisconsin, where she wrapped up a rally in La Crosse a short time ago. She said last night during a town hall, former President Trump referred to January 6, 2021 as a day of love.
The American people are exhausted with his gaslighting. Exhausted with his gaslighting.
The vice president adding Americans are ready to turn the page. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un says South Korea is a foreign country, and he called it an apparent hostile country. That's according to North Korean state media. Wall Street stocks ended the day mixed after the latest signals that the economy is doing well. The Dow up 161, hitting another record. The Nasdaq plus 6. The S&P lost a point. America is listening to Fox News.
Senator Will Parkinson knows that your home is your castle. That's why he fought to expand the Castle Doctrine, empowering you to protect your family, your property, and your rights. With Senator Parkinson in the legislature, your right to defend what's yours is stronger than ever. Senator Parkinson stands for your Second Amendment rights and your right to protect your home. Strong, decisive, and committed to your safety. Let's re-elect Senator Will Parkinson.
I'm Will Parkinson, and I approve this message.
Guam is key to national security, and Ginger Cruz has a plan to make that the key to our economic success.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I'll fight to bring the ship repair facility back to Guam to create new high-paying jobs. And I'll expand the use of hub zones to help small businesses grow.
Ginger will make Guam America's economic bridge to Asia to bring down costs and raise opportunity. Ginger Cruz is ready to fight for Guam on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Jury hands up indictments connected to the deadly shootings at a high school last month.
The grand jury indicted the accused shooter, Colt Gray, on 55 counts, including malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault. Police say the 14-year-old boy took a semi-automatic gun into Appalachia High School and fired shots that killed 2 teachers and 2 students. Colt Gray's father, Colin Gray, was also indicted on 29 counts, among them second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and reckless conduct for providing the gun and ammunition his son used and knowing of his son's mental state. Both are set to be arraigned November 21st, when they are expected to enter pleas. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Additional charges are filed against a former Olympic snowboarder accused of running an international drug trafficking operation.
Ryan Wedding competed for Canada in the 2002 Winter Olympics. The Justice Department says more recently he's been the leader of a transnational gang moving tons of cocaine from Colombia through Mexico and the U.S. to Canada. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada.
This group was ruthless and violent. They would use contract killers to assassinate anyone who they saw as an obstacle to their operation.
During the investigation, agents seized more than a ton of cocaine and $3.2 million in cryptocurrency. Several of the 15 co-defendants are now in custody, but Ryan Wedding is still being sought. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
The Screen Actors Guild has announced Jane Fonda will receive its Life Achievement Award. Union President Fran Drescher said in a statement, "We honor Jane not only for her artistic brilliance, but for the profound legacy of activism and empowerment that she has created." Fonda will be given the honor at the SAG Awards in February. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Wendy's has brought back the 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Mix and match to satisfy your morning cravings. Choose 2 from the sausage biscuit or sausage and cheese English muffin, small seasoned potatoes, and medium hot coffee. That's right, pick 2 for just $4. Head on over today for the Wendy's 2 for $4 breakfast deal. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
It's no secret that trust in our government has taken a hit due to the influence of the well-connected. We've all seen special interest legislation and sweetheart deals that only benefit companies that have yet to pay their fair share to the government. And instead of being held accountable, they've been rewarded, promising profits from solar farms to fund infrastructure improvements. But history has shown that the sweet scent of corruption only leads to destruction, just like the environmental disaster at Marbo Cave. We must protect and preserve our environment and natural resources. Let's put an end to government corruption once and for all. Vote Joanne Brown for Senator.
Paid for by the committee to elect Joanne Brown for Senator. Eleanor Borja, Treasurer.
Turn your old phone into new possibilities. Trade-in is back at IT&E with more savings. Now you can get as much as $880 toward a new phone when you trade in your old phone. Plus, any remaining credit can be used to purchase accessories or applied to your account. Choose from the latest devices to upgrade your mobile experience on the widest network in Guam and the Marianas. Terms and conditions apply. Visit ite.net or store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
I'm Sabrina Salas-Matanani, and I'm running for senator for the thousands of you who are frustrated with the current legislature and want change. Some people have become senators and spend their time running for higher office. I will serve you faithfully as a senator, period. I will work hard to ensure that our lawmakers are working for you and not fighting against each other. I'm ready to bring it.
I'm Sabrina Salas-Matanani, and I approve this message.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Off today, it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A man has pleaded guilty to federal charges for threatening to kill employees of the AG's office and the FBI. Nicholas Pinaula of Santa Rita Sumai was indicted in September 2023 for sending threats via electronic messages in August. AG Doug Moylan confirmed he received threats directly. Pinaula's plea agreement includes 3 years of supervised release and participation in a mental health program. Chief Deputy AG Joe Guthrie is urging lawmakers to strengthen penalties for crimes against prosecutors. Pinaula is scheduled for sentencing on January 13. Meanwhile, Senators Frank Blas Jr., Joanne Brown, and Jesse Luhan are requesting for an emergency session to address Bill 362, which seeks to establish a special procurement authority for the Guam Fire Department. The measure comes amid a significant ambulance shortage, with the department currently operating only 4 ambulances instead of the required 8. Senators say 11 ambulances are out of service, waiting for parts and repairs. They emphasize the critical need for timely medical transport and express concern for community safety. The emergency session request coincides with another session next week focused on funding issues for GMH and other agencies. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
The Guam Federation of Teachers warns of dangerous conditions in schools due to understaffing. President Timothy Fedenko raises concerns about student-teacher ratios not being met, leading to safety risks. In one case, a school with over 800 students had only 1 nurse for emergencies. The Ed Board discussed ongoing teacher vacancies, including 54 teacher positions and 42 substitute vacancies. Fedenko criticized GDOE for asking teachers to perform non-teaching tasks like cleaning air conditioner filters. Deputy Superintendent Wade Paul noted financial constraints, while GEB Chair Mary Okada stressed prioritizing existing staffing needs. And J&P Holdings plans to invest over $8 million in a new airline called Micronesian Air Connection Services. The company aims to provide scheduled passenger flights between Guam, Saipan, Tinian, and Rota. They have applied for a qualifying certificate to receive tax incentives from the Commonwealth Economic Development Authority. If approved, they hope to begin some flights as early as November. Round-trip flights from Guam to Saipan could start in early 2025. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Did they say how much it's going to be?
Man, I hope it's like $50.
Yeah. Actually, they pay you to get on the airplane, and if we need to fill in a spot here. So what do you say, Gib? Give you $100 and dinner. We'll give you $100. We'll give you that. What's the name of Brad Brasala's place? The Surf Rider.
Yeah,
we
Surf Rider.
Stay at the Surf Rider place. Get a car, breakfast over at Shirley's. I don't know. Just looking at all of these options. Yes, I'll be happy to fly your airline for $100 ahead. 8:10 in the morning. There's going to be weather today. Maybe you found some. Real Joe stepped outside for a second. What was it like, bro?
So-so.
So-so outside.
So-so.
Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Boom, boom, Segoy. Mostly cloudy with highs near 88 degrees. Mostly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. We got scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast all the way through the weekend. All day today, all day and night tomorrow. And Sunday, they say mostly cloudy with highs near 86 degrees. But given the nature of the weather maps that we're looking at and the satellite imagery in the Pacific region, you can tell that there is going to be weather. According to Landon, he said there is a circulation developing to the northwest of Guam. So it's north and west of Guam, so not necessarily a problem, but it is going to be dragging weather through the Mariana Islands in kind of that circular pattern. So you're going to have sometimes where it's sunshiny and beautiful, it's just an outrageous tropical Guam day, and then you will feel like you're in a monsoon in India somewhere. So that's the kind of weather that we can look out for over the next couple of days. Heat index today, it's going to be nice, 92 degrees, so not like super hot, 40% chance of rain. Might be some rip currents and hazardous surf when you get near the water, so be very, very careful. Just stay on the beach and drink beer. And look at bikinis go by. That works for everybody. 6 o'clock tonight for Sunset. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
On Guam, family is everything. But for many, we're getting sandwiched between caring for our aging parents and for our kids and grandkids. It's a blessing, but for some working families, it's challenging. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad because caring for family shouldn't be impossible. A key priority for me will be working to expand federal support for childcare, fully fund universal pre-K, and increase access to elder care insurance and assisted living. It's great for the economy, but it's also great for families. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Faster home internet is now available at IT&E. Play, stream, and browse the web with internet speeds of up to 500 megabits with Beam Plus. Say goodbye to lag, and hello to life in the fast lane. Sign up today to enjoy 50% off for up to 6 months. Free installation, up to $200 in Amazon gift certificates, and more. Learn more about Beam Plus Internet at ite.net. IT&E. Connect with speed.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And let me see, Guam Regional Medical City, they are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Oh, man, a ton of people cruising through the morning show today. Frank Gunnar Salas, Randy Landis, there's Alpha Omega, Brother Tedo's online, Mike Grace Blas, my running pal Doris. Good to see you there. Galo Perez, Hafa a day to you. Let me see Bob and Connie Bartonico, my other running pals, and they're saying, hey, how come you always refer to us as running pals, but I never see you at the 5Ks? And the answer is because I'm lazy these days. What can I say? Big Sister Shelley online, who also knows that I'm lazy these days. My brother, the coach, and the ref, Tony D'Angelo. Have a day to you, big guns. Have a
hey, Tony.
Nick Nichols, Dean and Liza.
How you doing?
Dean and Liza Castro. Charlie Hermosa has checked in this morning. So is Richard Leon. I got Ding Scambuluri watching the program here this morning. Have a day to you, my brother. Bertha Maza Cruz and Charles Craw. Carl with a K. Pangolinin online, and Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
As it turns out.
Good morning, Carl.
So Real Joe passed by the radio station and popped into the studio. And what was it? It's Real Joe's new thing, which is what? Is it guess what?
Guess what? Ginger.
Ginger.
Yeah, so every time they turn around, I just go, Ginger.
And I'm not sure what the genesis of it is, but it's funny as hell, especially with the voice that he's got right now. At any rate, and so, but the other thing is, he did a Biden thing. He did that whispery, Ginger, Ginger, and you should not do that. I know.
You're right.
Yeah. There's a thing, and I'm man and boy trying to take care of my voice as often as possible, and so you're going to get that every once in a while, but try not to whisper when you've got a sore throat like that. It actually will aggravate the situation by compressing all of the voice box and everything in there. So just let it flow. Just
let it flow.
I mean, it sounds painful, but it doesn't hurt, right?
No.
I just wish you.
Everything hurts, Ray.
There's a thing
but
where
you're worth it.
I can feel the clutch. I know that.
You know
point.
I'd show up.
8:16 in the morning. I did know you would show up. There we are. A little bit later on, we'll go through the celebrity birthdays and special events over the weekend. One of them on tomorrow. I think the special event for tomorrow is International Independent Video Store Day. You know, there's a new restaurant down in Timoning called Tatlu. And by the way, that's how it's pronounced. Tatlu, and they've got some new hours. I think it's 11 to 7 now all the time, and I've heard nothing but great things about the chow there. But they are in a building that used to be, are you ready for this? It used to be a Blockbuster Video, one of a couple of Blockbusters that we had here on Guam. Yeah. But I'm curious because I think there might still be one on Route 8. Is there still an independent video store here on Guam? Is there still at least someplace where you can go and rent a DVD or something like that? Do the people still have
There's
DVD
a couple
players?
at least, yeah.
Interesting. We'll spend some time talking about that and a few other things as we make our way through. 8:17 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I see my very close friend, personal friend, and fellow propeller head Bob Kelly on the line. Buenos and half a day, Bob. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, but I wanted to talk to you about procurement and not technical issues.
Wow. I prefer the technical issues. Speaking of procurement, have you procured a new ride yet?
Well, what I wanted to point out is on the ambulances. Under Guam law, it's the Title 5, Chapter 51, and Section 5108, Paragraph 5 in it. Procurement can be made under cooperative purchasing agreement, including and not limited to General Service Administration Federal Supply Schedule. And the federal government, I can quote also, has the specific things that the governments of Guam or territories and states can buy under their program also. There are negotiated contracts for ambulances under GSA schedule. It does not have to go through all this emergency procurement and stuff. It's the same ambulances that would be bought by Department of Defense or any other federal agency that's buying ambulances. They're on the schedule of GSA. Same thing for fire trucks and other things, patrol vehicles. And the only thing that's the negative to local government not doing it is they can't push the contracts necessarily to their preferred local source. It's got to be what the federal contract has been set up by nationwide federal. You get the nationwide prices, would obviously probably have to cover shipping, but would have to do that anyway. And if there's an emergency, why do we not go out and pull this out? I don't understand why we're not using federal GSA schedule for more things that are on the federal government's pricing, and we can get it at their price list.
So it's what you're basically saying is any conversation about new procurement is unnecessary.
If they wanted to get these immediately, they could go to the federal GSA price listing. They have the ambulances. They have the different costs and what's included in them. And I'm pretty sure that among all the things being bought by the federal government and federal agencies and federal fire departments and so on,
we're probably getting a good
some ambulance that fits our need would be among those options that could be gotten. And I guess I'm going to challenge you to contact the fire department and find out why are they not. And this applies to fire trucks and everything else. How many federal fire trucks does the government buy compared to the government of Guam so we can come under their pricing schedule?
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. I don't know that they're talking about buying new, and I can take a look at the legislation. I printed it out that the Senator Frank Bloss and others have proposed over at the legislature to be able to do this relative to special crisis procurement authority for the Guam Fire Department to meet the criteria set by the National Fire Protection Association standard to ensure that there are sufficient stocked and equipped ambulances for emergency medical responses. So I'll pour over this and see if there's language.
I'm quite sure the federal GSA ambulances, some of them in there, fully meet the the national requirements. I couldn't even imagine them not. And so, and these are already orders being made regularly because when there's GSA price schedules, there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of ambulances being bought every year. Why don't we just take the federal price schedule GSA for ambulances, find the ones that are best fit exact what Guam needs, and go ahead and place the order? There is no requirement for competitive bidding if you go into the federal GSA price schedule. I know some of my local friends in the business community may not like that satisfaction, but in an emergency, that seems to me a much better answer than trying to get emergency authority, which still can be appealed and delayed, as we know from
everything that gets done in the government of Guam. No, I see the point. Well, we'll see if we can get Chief Joey or somebody on the line to talk about that. Also, a conversation maybe with Senator Frank Blas Jr. or Joanne Brown or Senator Jesse Luhan. They are the ones that have proposed Bill number 362 to provide for all of this crisis, as I say, procurement authority. What you're saying is that procurement authority already exists. We got the dough. All we got to do is go out. Yeah, all we got to do is make the order.
5108, procurement by non-competitive proposal, and it's a key of the public purchasing is under Chapter 51 of Title 5 on the government. So, I mean, it is right there. They just have to agree to do it and go do it. The law is in their favor. I mean, the law is specific in Guam to buy that way, and the law is specific in the federal government. I could cite those two, but I'm not going to sit here and cite a lot of laws unless somebody wants it. In the federal government, that they can buy it. So if they can buy, if the government will allow them to buy under GSA federal, and if the local procurement allows it, why are we not using that when we have an emergency?
No, I think you've underscored that point a number of times. Just go ahead and make the order. There's no need for a competitive bid, and there doesn't seem to be a need for what is provided for in Bill 362 in that case.
I would. That's it, and then not just
because I'm looking down. Other than authority, I don't. Other than authority, Bob, I don't see where there's any money that's being proposed for this in the law that was introduced just the other day.
Well, they do obviously, whether they buy it on a competitive basis or go to GSA, they have to have the funds. I think if they start comparing, however, I might try to see if I can take some time and to look at this, that the federal GSA price schedules may actually save us money over what we're paying the way we're doing it now on a lot of things that are regularly bought, such as fire trucks, school buses, patrol cars, and so on.
Yeah. Well, as you point out, if they're buying it in the States and they've got different pricing schemes that might be available, we should be able to get it at I want to say wholesale price, and then we add in the shipping and any other surcharges that might apply once we get it here on Guam. Interesting conversation. Do me a favor though, in the event that I am able to get them on the line here this morning, I've only got another hour and 40 minutes left in the program, and I've got a couple of interviews lined up between here and there. In the chance that we're able to talk about it this morning, could you give me that chapter and verse that you sent over, the local legislation as well as the federal numbers?
Sure.
Because then I sound like a big shot. Then I sound like I know what I'm talking about. When I can cite chapter and verse.
Well, I made sure I checked it before I called you.
I appreciate that. Well, do me a favor and send it over so I can take a look at it. Onboard Wi-Fi. Let me ask you this question. All right. So first of all, I just got a new credit card and I got the entry level with Chase for my United card. I forget what the number is, but anyway. So I'm going to start trying to be one of these guys like you and try to amass millions and millions of frequent flyer points so that I might be able to get to Saipan for free one of these days. I mean, if I get those big numbers. So that's point number one. But point number two, because I know you travel a lot, is there reliable onboard Wi-Fi on most of the flights that you take these days?
Between Guam and the U.S., yes. Both the leg from Honolulu to here and Honolulu to the U.S. Between Guam and Japan, no. Guam and the Philippines, no. Guam and CNMI and the local islands, no. The 737s do not have the in-flight Wi-Fi.
They're supposed to be getting them, though. My understanding is that Starlink and United have teamed up, and they're going to be putting Starlink receivers in all of their equipment.
Well, they're not there now. But as I said, you do have fairly reliable internet, and the way it works, you have free free messaging. Because I have a T-Mobile, I get a free hour plus 4 times a year I can total free. But it's about $9 to $10 depending how you fall into that. And if you really got business, like I know when you were on your last trip, there was a lot of things going on because of some problems we had with our internet here. And you could actually either pay and have full everything, video and everything, or you can just use the messaging, which I think you did on your second part of your trip.
And the only problem is it was great being able to have access to WhatsApp. On the other hand, when you're trying to get to sleep on an airplane and there's a local problem that your technical team is trying to deal with, forget about sleeping on the airplane. I did have access to full internet on at least 2 of the legs that I was on, the Pacific legs, so Guam to Honolulu, Honolulu to San Francisco. I did have working internet in both of those. I only bought twice, and in both cases they went out. And so I'm hoping that United will give me either a huge discount or a refund for all of that. Well, the reason why is onboard Wi-Fi. This the story in the internet is the latest front line in airline competition, and they say that is going to be the big selling point for a lot of people. Forget about the food, forget about the legroom. They want to be able to provide free or low-cost internet all the way through the flight using devices like Starlink receivers strapped to the top of the plane.
And the Starlink can handle it too.
Yeah, we'll just need to put some prohibitions on this, because it's already annoying when people are like waiting at the gate and they're having these FaceTime conversations with people, and you only get to hear like one part of it or the other part of it. And it's just kind of annoying.
They're not going to allow conversations on the plane.
Thank God.
If you can give me one more minute, there's something I would just like to say really related to this, and that is getting into a political side. I cannot understand why so much of America is currently dissing Musk, who has put not only this amazing internet that's worldwide, and the FCC decided it wasn't going to be reliable enough to provide rural communication, so they're going to be going on the traditional cell carriers to do it. But look at what he did with landing a major Starship rocket, a 20-story high rocket on after the booster landed, and it landed within a quarter of an inch, a half a centimeter. Look what he's done. If we didn't have him, if we depended upon Boeing, we wouldn't have a space program today, because they haven't been able to satisfactorily put an astronaut in space and return it.
And they've got astronauts. They've got space people trapped in the what do you call it, in the space station, because they can't. They're unsure of whether or not the craft that was supposed to bring him back is going to boot up again.
Because half of America hates him because he opened up what was Twitter, X, to be able to put out what's happening in the last political times and what was held up and so on. Now, those who are on the side of restricting news have decided that he is to be hated. There's not going to be money going to his they'll put money into new startups for electric cars, but his isn't going to get the money.
Right.
They don't. And FAA has even been finding Musk when he's launching NASA projects with people on board, because they said there's an error on the permit or something. I mean, this is getting to be very stupid. Boeing gets a skate on everything because they're Boeing.
Yeah. No, I'm completely with you on this, and the powers that be don't like the idea that there is an entity that they can't touch, that they can't control, and so they're going to go after him with lawfare, policy fair, all of that stuff, the same way they went after Donald Trump. That's just me.
I think it's a big disappointment to me, because he should be one of Guam's heroes like Edison and Ford was.
No, I don't disagree. He's already a huge fan. He's already got a huge growing fan base now in the southeastern quadrant of the United States of America. All of the places that were just hammered by Helene and then Mervyn a week later, he has opened up for absolutely free Starlink devices in that area, I think until the end of the year, regardless. So you just go ahead and open the box, point the thing in the sky, and if you are in that particular area, in those zip codes, you're going to get free service on on Starlink so that you can get free services or whatever services that you need from the federal government, FEMA, and whatever. He didn't have to do it, but he did, and it's absolutely free. The guy's a real hero for our generation.
The county commissioners for Vandenberg Air Force Base is that voted to restrict the number of flights that he can use at Vandenberg. Other people can use Vandenberg for the rockets, but they want to restrict him.
Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Bob, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Glad you're feeling better.
Thanks.
All right, bud. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Bottom of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll see what we can see. Interesting conversation. Never mind this crisis procurement. We are already in a situation where click your heels 3 times together, and you might be able to get not only the things that you need without an emergency procurement, just sign up, send them some money, and here comes the ambulances. I know I'm oversimplifying, but that's the way it's beginning to sound. Big Sister Shelley sending me a write-up that I might be able to devour in the next couple of minutes that would indicate what the steps need to be able to line in with the GSA numbers. It's 8:31 on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D with her last big look at news and headlines coming up next.
See Nissan Guam first. Whether you're looking at the bold Sentra sedan or the rugged Frontier pickup, you'll get advanced technology, bold styling, and agile performance. Both come standard with Safety Shield 360, Nissan's full suite of safety technology. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at NissanGuam.com today.
Connect and save with Docomo Pacific's unbeatable business mobile plans. Save up to $720 with unlimited talk, text, and data on the island's widest mobile network. Supercharge your connectivity with our data-to-go roaming and Wi-Fi hotspot services. Connect today and experience lightning-fast speeds that keep your business running smoothly. Discover more at business.docomopacific.com. Some conditions apply.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad. It was the honor of my life to work in Iraq alongside those who served our country in uniform. In Congress, I'll ensure every veteran's claim is reviewed right here on island, and I will never give up the fight to establish a Veterans Medical Center on Guam. I'll seek joint use of military resources to treat our vets. They fought for us. Now it's our turn to fight for them.
Ginger Cruz, ready to fight for Guam's veterans on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHB Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. For more information, go to www.fhbguam.com. FHB Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Yeah, a couple of interesting points. Bunker says the reason why Elon Musk is getting hell from the rest of the federal government of the United States of America is because he's also a Trump supporter. Stephen Liz says this administration should have used Robert Kelly for communications and technological knowledge. I don't disagree with that. They certainly had an opportunity to use him and his gifts and skills. Auntie Lulu Nine is on the line. Hefe Tiamo Grazie, Buenos Anafadeta, Nick Nichols, etc. Jay Devon watching. We'll see you over at the Diwali tomorrow night. I'm told the tickets are moving fast.
Jay, what are you wearing, Jay?
As you get closer, he's gonna wear
Dude,
those.
let's read his
the
wardrobe.
shoes with the little pointy things in the front. He's gonna be running around with a little lamp. Huh? 3 wishes. That's what you're going to get.
Let me rub it.
8:34. Even worse than I thought. 8:34 in the morning. A last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. Celebrity birthdays for the weekend and special events on the way. But first, the news.
UOG has rescued threatened native orchids, collecting over 12 clusters from Guam's jungles. The orchids will be cared for at the UOG nursery before being reintroduced to their habitat. Each will be tagged for health monitoring. A new program will allow public involvement in their care. And Daniel R. Lewis, founder of the Lewis Prize for Music, will be on Guam from the 20th to the 24th. He will visit Inetnangef Pagu, which recently received a $500,000 Accelerator Award for Creative Youth Programs. Board President Clint Rigel expressed gratitude for his support and anticipates sharing Guam's Chamorro culture and hospitality during his visit. And the Guam Catholic Pro-Life Committee hosts the Life Chain 2024 rally this afternoon from 4 to 5. Participants should arrive by 3:45. The rally will take place at several locations, including Marine Corps Drive and the Dedido Mayor's Park. All community members are welcome to join this peaceful demonstration against abortion. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, gotcha. All right, quick look at celebrity birthdays. Well, as quick as I can do, because I got to do 3 days worth, but there's not like a whole lot of celebrities in the next couple of days. Pam Dauber from Mork and Mindy is 73.
Oh, she's still alive? I didn't even know. I never hear about her, so, you know. Yeah.
She might be one of these people. You know, she had her big moments in the 70s and 80s with Robin Williams. And
Nice
said,
private life.
That's all I need now. Jean-Claude Van Damme is 64 years old. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I remember.
So in a fight between him and who's the guy I'm thinking of?
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal. You're right. In a fight between Jean-Claude and Steven Seagal, who would win?
Jean-Claude.
Chuck Norris. R&B singer Nayo, 45 years old. Bristol Palin is 34. For those of you that don't remember Bristol Palin, she was the hot daughter of the mom, Sarah Palin. 34 years old today.
Okay.
I remember her.
I remember her.
The mom
Dude,
saw her.
I was totally crushing on Sarah Palin. I didn't
for
care about
sure.
you know what? And here's even more so.
It was the glasses.
It was.
She had that hot librarian look.
Yeah, a little bit of that. But I would love saying that I was crushing on her just because it triggered so many of my liberal women friends. I mean, they were like, "Oh my God, how can you like her? She's running with so and so. Oh my God, she's a conservative."
So angry.
Yeah, because she's hotter than you. Barracuda. Yeah. There it is. We need more cougar politicians. What can I say? Today is International Legging Day. Are you pressing a button on that? That's not your real laugh. That was your healthy laugh.
No, it wasn't. I recorded it for when these things happen.
I remember now. Chocolate Cupcake Day, Mammography Day, and World Menopause Day. There you go, ladies. A couple of things we're celebrating today.
Finally.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go someplace and we'll take our boobies and we'll put it into something, and the lady will flatten them on the thing so we can make out and see if there's any.
So wait, what do we get, Ray? We don't get menopause.
DREs. Thank you very much.
Womenopause.
Digital rectal exam. Ooh, yeah. So, but
me first.
Chocolate Cupcake Day. But I don't. There's some people say that there is an equivalent to menopause for men. To which most women say, "Oh, you got to be kidding! Stop that! You're just being
buy a Harley, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a midlife.
Yes. Buy a Harley, earring, grow your hair, get a ponytail, and a 22-year-old. All right, celebrity birthdays for October the 19th. John Lithgow from Footloose. Remember, he was the pastor in Footloose.
He's so good.
He was Third Rock from the Sun. That was his crowning achievement. 79 years old. Keep that man alive. He's a comedy genius. Floyd Mayweather, the boxer, is 72. Evander Holyfield is 62 years old. So a couple of big boxing birthdays.
He's only 62.
Right? Extreme Makeover Home Edition. Ty Pennington is 60 years old. Is he still doing anything?
Oh my gosh,
Dude,
I don't know.
He looks young.
Huh?
He looks young.
Looked like Kid Rock.
He's handsome. He used to be really handsome.
They got their little rice catcher thing. Does he still have that though? Do we know he had a little tiny rice catcher under the lower lip? Anyway, he's Trey Parker, who I have to tell you why he's famous, is 55 years old. Trey Parker, some of you are already screaming it at the radio. He's the guy that helped create South Park.
Oh.
And between South Park and The Simpsons, they have predicted everything that has happened in the United States of America and around the world in the last couple of years.
Of the freedom of speech.
Amen to that. It'll be South Park and The Simpsons. So the special events for tomorrow: Dress Like a Dork Day. And to which everybody is telling me on the radio, you're a day early, Gibson. It's Evaluate Your Life Day, International Gin and Tonic Day. Did anybody still drink a gin and tonic?
I used to get that at Lights. Yeah.
But I'm sure they're drinking it now, but they're flavoring it up. I'm sure that there's somebody that's flavoring it up. Because we got a whole generation of kids that were raised on snack boxes, snack packs, and these little pouches of drinks. And now as they get older and they say, okay, we're going to go to the club, we're going to drink a drink, it's going to be fun. They want something that tastes like the juice pouches that they grew up with, and that's why everything is fruity. Although I will say, a buddy of mine was trying to get me to try. I guess there's a Vanilla Crown Royal. Have you heard of that, Joe?
I have.
Didn't that sound like something you ought to be drinking like now? Didn't it sound like it'd be great for your throat? Vanilla Crown.
Yeah,
oh my God,
you're right.
Tequila Rose. That's what you need.
Tequila
You
Rose.
need some Tequila Rose. Tequila Rose. That just so smooth on the way down. Absolutely no
Either or,
burn.
yeah.
But it's a creeper.
Even Night Train.
It's a
Night Train. Yeah.
It's a creeper. You have a bunch of those, and then pretty soon you want to get in a fight with cops. International Independent Video Store Day tomorrow, and an opportunity for you maybe to go and to rent a DVD from someplace. Do you have this in Blu-ray, bro?
Yeah.
If you're looking
Where's
for
the curtain room?
Curtain room. Bro, that's the internet. The entire internet is the curtain room. If you're looking for celebrity birthdays on Sunday, Danny Boyle, who gave us Slumdog Millionaire, is 68 years old.
Jai-ho.
Is it Jai-ho?
Is it Jai-ho?
No, I got in trouble. I was saying out the wrong thing, and somebody said that was...
Please forgive me.
Yeah, like
a million apologies.
Viggo Mortensen is 66 years old.
Aragorn.
Yeah. Aragorn, among others. Yeah, Aragorn. That is the trip of the lifetime for him. Let me see. It's Snoop Dogg's birthday. He's 53 years old on Sunday.
What?
That's what I said. Hail Sung-dae from the Squid Games is 47 years old.
Is that the guy?
I believe that is the guy.
That's the Korean one.
But yeah, at the end of Squid Games, he got the hair coloring from the same place that the Chukis buy theirs.
Yeah.
You remember that?
It was red.
And I'm going, dude, there's going to be a sequel, and it still hasn't happened yet. It's Community Media Day on Sunday, International Chef's Day, nice, and maybe an opportunity to remind yourself about all the great ways that the Chef Miracle, among others, Chef Booty, have influenced our lives here on Guam. They've got. Do you have the details on the Chef's Cup coming up? No. You're looking at me like you don't know what the Chef's Cup is. Chef's Cup is awesome. I've hosted this a few times in my life. Anyways, the Chef's Cup is basically Iron Chef for Guam.
Wow, that sounds fun.
It is kind of fun, and they get all of the different chefs from all the different restaurants, and a whole bunch of kids from the culinary school at GCC. Some of them are students, and some of them actually work in the hotels. And they get out there, and everybody has got one part of the a multi-course dinner that they've got to make. And at the end of it, there's judging at the table, judges with judges to figure out who is the winner of the best chef on Guam. It really is a terrific deal. They got one coming up, and I'll see if I think I've got a printout on that, and I'll share it with you in a little bit, because it's also one of the must-attend galas that we have here on Guam. Suspenders Day, Office Chocolate Day on Sunday. I don't know why they do that on a Sunday. Air Traffic Controller Day. We got one of those guys.
Who's our guy in the tower?
Colin.
No,
it's not Colin. It's the other guy. Anyway, I'll remember in a couple of minutes. I think they're moving. I think they might have moved. If somebody...
Will they move the tower?
Yeah, no, move the tower, move off island. Anyway, 8:43, there it is, all of the big deals that we are celebrating today. Donna, I will see you tomorrow. Yes, over at Diwali. We got all of those arrangements taken care of, and I think we're sitting at the same table with either the governor or Josh Tenorio or some of the other big shots that they've got lined up for that. No, it's okay. Just eat with your right hand. It's 8:43 in the morning. Donna D, they're going to split for the rest of the day. Real Joe and I are going to take care of the rest of the program. Symphony Society guys are on the way in. Stick around, Brown.
Guess what?
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad. It was the honor of my life to work in Iraq alongside those who served our country in uniform. In Congress, I'll ensure every veteran's claim is reviewed right here on island, and I will never give up the fight to establish a veterans medical center on Guam. I'll seek joint use of military resources to treat our vets. They fought for us. Now it's our turn to fight for them.
Ginger Cruz, ready to fight for Guam's veterans on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Why limit yourself? Stream, game, and do all the things you love to do online for just $35 a month at IT&E. Sign up today for the unlimited data plan for just $35 a month. Bring your own phone or upgrade to a new phone on our device payment plan. Plus, enjoy unlimited hotspot when you add another line of unlimited data. This incredible deal won't last. Visit ite.net or see stores today to sign up or learn more. IT&E, connections that matter.
Hi, I'm Tom Fisher, and I believe in a woman's right to choose. I'm running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature, and I will continue to fight to protect those rights.
Attorney Tom Fisher is running for a seat in the 38th Guam Legislature. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
Happy day! I'm Jesse Sky Luhan. My dad, Senator Jesse Luhan, is running for re-election as your senator. He's dedicated to serving the people of Guam. Please vote for my dad, Senator Jesse Luhan. Thank you. Si Juus Maasi. Maraming salamat po.
I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan, and I approve this message.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Well, this is interesting to the degree that we're still several days away from the presidential election in the States, but several hours past the Brett Baer Kamala Harris interview that took place yesterday. Was supposed to go longer, but they started throwing in the towel about 20 minutes in, realizing that this was not going to be the typical softball interview for Kamala. Anyway, so past that now, Real Clear Politics has a no toss-ups map, which now shows Donald Trump flipping Wisconsin against Kamala Harris. Now, they are saying that the Trump-Vance ticket could end up with, I mean, it's survey stuff, right? But it could end up with 312 electoral votes. They only need 270, so it's 312 against 226. So we still got some of these bastion states that they've got to get through, although they are predicting that Donald Trump is doing well in California, might be doing better than expected in places like New York. I think it's more and more people, come to terms with life in 2024, i.e., really? That's how much chicken costs at the store? Really? That's how much eggs cost and a gallon of milk or a gallon of orange juice? Taking the kids out to go watch a movie now requires stopping by the bank and getting a loan? And now the two things that are happening right now that I think are kind of interesting. One of them is they have discovered that when the FBI came out recently and said that the crime statistics are down, they found some more numbers, and the crime statistics are, as Donald Trump says they are, up higher than anybody believes. And then the other one is numbers on inflation. Now they're saying it is possible that inflation in some places like Guam, is actually closer to 40% inflation, as opposed to the 7, 8, or 9 that they were talking about.
No.
Yeah. So
feels more like 60.
Beginning to unravel around there. 8:47 in the morning. Well, I told you I went to the grocery store the other day. I went to Payless. They'd gotten some bad press with these $26 chickens that they've got, and we had everybody on the line explaining why there is the cost for that. And here's the thing: it was a big fat chicken, it's a 4-pounder. You can get the smaller ones, and I did for like $14. I got $14.
They brine the chicken.
Correct. It's brine. And then I got a 12-pack of Heineken Silver. I got 4 bananas. One of them I have to eat today, otherwise it's turning into mush on the deal.
Pancakes.
I thought I knew how to buy. How do you get to 62 years old without knowing how to buy bananas, right? So
you
anyway,
gotta time it.
I got bananas. I got some instant coffee. The sweet stuff, the one, the coffee. Yeah, that one. So I got that. I got a thing of Mio, and I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. A birthday card for Governor Gutierrez. It was $78 for all less than 12 items. Is $78.
Yeah, but the reward points, Ray.
I know. I'm right there. They know my phone number. All of the cash registers, all the cashiers at Payless know what my phone number is.
Cover it so they can't look.
No, it's 10 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. My very close friend, dear personal friend, and balloon smuggler Trina San Augustine joining us now on the program. Buenas and Alpha Day, Trina. How you doing?
What a tough day. Sotero, si Joseph, no?
I know it. I'm trying to, I'm trying not to make him talk too much, but I'm not that good, so it's always nice
She
to have,
asked if I was going through puberty.
Everybody, some people are late. Don't worry about it, Joe.
I got you. Oh, my God. He's going to... Puro hair's all over the place now. This is bad. Anyway, so it's no frowny face Friday, guys. Get into it or get out. It's Trina's on the line. Reason why I got Trina on the phone is because Donna was talking earlier about the GCC holiday bazaar that's going to be coming up, and it's like not for a long time, but you need to line up your vendors, right?
Yes, absolutely. We try to do the call out early because, as you know, the holiday season brings a lot of bazaars and fairs and whatnot. So we're trying to give them this opportunity to take advantage of Black Friday, November 29, and then the Saturday after November 30th, it's going to be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So you got the full day on both days, on Black Friday and the Saturday after.
Did the governor already declare Black Friday a holiday? Or they're going to let Josh? They're going to let Josh do that, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It
was last year, though.
That's me. That's just me. Just turn the trigger out of it. But anyway, so a bunch of days worth of all of this, and as we have seen, there are going to be a lot of opportunities for people to get to take care of all of the Christmas shopping. We're you can see it on the calendar, just short of a couple of months away from Christmas. Somebody said like yesterday was 75 days away from Christmas, but I'm a Father Duenas guy and I didn't bother doing the math. So whatever,
it's 68 now.
It's getting closer and closer. So if you are a vendor, how do you reserve your spot at the bazaars?
They can give me a call at 671-735-5516, extension 5405, or you can email me at trina.sanaugustine@guamcc.edu. This event will take place at the Multipurpose Auditorium right here, Building 300 on campus, and all the money that we collect from the vendors, our tabletop vendors, and our food trucks will go to support our Guam Community College student scholarship.
Hey.
Yes.
Nice. When do you anticipate this being all full up?
Oh, I think people are going to start coming in by the next couple of weeks to make the payment, and because the payment's what secures their spot.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah, there's a Google form going around. They
hold it down with some money.
Yes. Absolutely. And we won't start taking payments and everything until Monday. So they can come in as early as 8 o'clock when we open and secure their spot that early if they wish.
So I sent you a link to submit the event on the Points website, which is also Boss's calendar, which is also Star 101's calendar. So one submission will cover everything. Have you got it? Did you get a chance to do that yet? So everybody doesn't need to memorize your phone number or your email address?
That is on my to-do list right after my...
Right after this phone call. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, make sure that gets in there. So anything else going on at GCC? Are the culinary students going to be doing any outreaches and being able to, cook my Christmas turkey and ham and all of that?
Well, the culinary program is still going through an expansion, in a physical expansion in our at their culinary kitchen. It was the old multipurpose auditorium, so that whole building will be for culinary students. We'll have pastry chefs and the culinary chefs as well in there. So they're still at Leo Palace. Thank goodness for them. And yeah, so they're doing off-campus stuff, but they're still coming here for their book classes. And we're not expecting them here back, I think, till maybe spring. We're crossing our fingers.
So no opportunities for them to make like a lot of Christmas cookies for everybody.
Yeah.
We'll have to get them from Governor Lulian Guerrero. You remember she used to stop by. She'd stop by the 8th floor on the way up to 10. And in the old spot, she makes really, really good cookies. She got these the peanut butter things. So it's like peanut butter on the inside, and then they roll it around in chocolate. And that's why you'll notice every once in a while I take it easy on the administration, especially around the holidays, because I'm hoping that she'll swing by here
with cookies.
With take it easy on the cops, because I understand that among the best of the Buñuelos Dago comes from the chief of the police department.
Oh.
You had not heard that. Yeah, I'm told that the Chief Ignacio does an outstanding job with Buñuelos.
Yeah, Steve.
But I've only been told. I haven't actually tasted any of that stuff. I don't know. Well, if you got anything else happening with GCC, by all means, give me a ring, and we'll be happy to get you in the studio and talk about it.
Yes, appreciate you always.
All right. I'll talk to you pretty soon, girl. You have a great weekend.
Okay, bye-bye.
888-8255-888-TALK. We'll get that onboarded on ThePOINT.gu's website, and you can go there anytime you want to and take a look at the calendar. There's a couple of things that pop up all the time, and among them the Stink and Drink deal over at the Guam Brewery and the SMG run in downtown Agutya with the Southern Mountain Gear people. But there's all kinds of other stuff. The Children's Ark Zombie Run is going to be taking place tomorrow. You can click on and get details on that. Over the weekend, the Eagles Fight Night 2K 5K is going to be coming up as well. And this one here, meet your candidates at the Micronesia Mall on October the 20th. That is going to be on Sunday if you need somebody to work out the calendaring for you. And they sent me a picture of the poster. It is a full-blown meet the candidates deal between 1 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. They've got, obviously, the congressional candidates are going to be there, and a number of senatorial hopefuls should be in the room as well. I want to say they got just virtually everybody that is running for something is going to be there. This is a vital election that is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's I think a need for a unified legislative voice, if you know what I mean. Because it always feels like we've got guys that are there and they're the legislature. And then you got people that seem to be more like they're lined up with Adelup than they are with, the people that voted them in to the legislature. It's like I always get the feeling like, I'm watching the vote go down at the legislature, and I'm watching guys, number one, gaming the system at it, and number two, looking at their phones, maybe waiting to get some kind of guidance from Adelup on how they are expected to vote on that. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way. Actually, I know I'm not the only one that feels that way. I've heard it from a ton of people, and this might be the time where you start looking at it. You're Republican, vote Republican. You're Democrat, vote Democrat. But if you are looking at maybe people that will represent you and your wishes at that administrative level, then that's why it's important that you get an opportunity to meet up with the candidates, the congressional candidates. Everybody's going to be involved in that. And if you missed the congressional candidates this Sunday, there's like 8 other events between now and the actual election where they're going to be having different versions of a forum or a debate, and we'll see if we can get all of those things listed up on the website so you can get an opportunity to attend. There's a couple of them, and I had to laugh. There's people running around saying, "Oh yeah, we had a congressional forum. It's great, standing room only." And I'm going, yeah, about that standing room. You know why it was standing room only, right?
Why?
Because you got Jimmy's army there. You got Ginger's army there. It's it might be 50% of the crowd might have been people that were lined up with that organization, but the rest of it is all of these other guys that come in, with the ginger shirts or the guess what? Ginger. Those shirts or the Jimmy Craig fans. It's like in the olden days, we do promotion, and if we were ever concerned whether or not we'd be able to have a lot of people at the promotion, we always made sure the Skip Kids performed because there's 40 of them right there. There's 40 of them, and they got to bring their moms and dads with them. So, there's 150 people for a 45-minute Skip Kid performance, and everybody says, "Oh my God, the place was absolutely jam-packed. It was super crowded, standing room only. This was great." And I'm going, yeah, I know. That's because the genius of remembering to bring dancers to the event, and that was back in the old days when it was just the Skip Entertainment. 8:58. Oh my God, am I going to have a chance to do this? I was earlier talking about this future AI thing, and I really, really want to get to ground on this because it's fascinating. Researchers from universities including Harvard, MIT, UCLA, worked alongside Thai tech firm KBTG on an interface which allows users to create a digital version of themselves as older adults. Proponents say platforms like Future You, that's the name of it, could provide the benefits of analyzing and discussing your life while receiving feedback from your AI-powered future self.
Dude, that's creepy.
Well, I mean, it might also be wrong. Remember the reliability and biases of the AI platforms, that could be in there. Future You users should take all appropriate precautions before changing their lives in response to a chatbot's advice, even if the chatbot appears to be an older version of you. But there's also the concept of self-continuity. Self-continuity. You've seen the TV shows, you've seen the science fiction where you basically upload yourself into some kind of a platform.
Alive forever.
Yeah. Which will be great for your great-great-great-great-grandchildren who will have no idea who you are, and why there still seems to be a nagging obligation to go and visit you in the cloud somewhere. I got a breakaway. I got Fox News Live coming up next. More on this and other technological things as we make our way and explore the fourth hour of the Ray Gibson Show. Stick around, Brown. It's time for Fox News in just seconds.
Blood on his hands. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Those words from President Biden as he called Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to congratulate him on taking out Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in a strike in Gaza. He was the chief architect of the October 7th attack in Israel.
Now's the time to move on.
The president said there is now an opportunity for a day after in Gaza without Hamas in power and a ceasefire and hostage deal. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
What we would hope is that whoever the next leader of Hamas is, he will look at what has happened over the past year and look at the suffering that Hamas's actions have brought upon the Palestinian people.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
Hamas is decimated and its leadership is eliminated. This moment gives us an opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza.
And Harris said justice has been served. The vice president campaigning tonight in Wisconsin while former President Trump is in New York City for the Al Smith dinner. The dinner, named for the first Catholic nominated for president by a major party, raises money for Catholic charities.
The vice president did do a pre-recorded video for tonight that will be shown in this ballroom. Cardinal Timothy Dolan, this is being hosted by the Archdiocese of New York, he expressed his disappointment over the last couple of weeks over the fact that Harris will not be attending in person.
Fox's Brian Yennis. A judge has granted a request from Texas lawmakers to delay the execution of a man who was scheduled to become the first person in the U.S. to be executed for a murder conviction tied to a diagnosis of shaken baby syndrome. The order is expected to be appealed by the Texas Attorney General's office. It came at nearly the same time as the U.S. Supreme Court refused to halt the execution of Robert Roberson. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I grew up in a middle-class family in Dededo. My parents saved for years to buy our home, but today, too many families are locked out of that dream.
Ginger Cruz has a plan to make affordable housing a reality.
I'll fight for flexibility so H2 Labor can build homes outside the fence.
She'll focus on tax credit programs to boost development and get Guam its share of national money to help first-time home buyers.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I'm ready to fight for Guam on day one.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Off a day, I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan. I'm running for re-election to keep improving life on Guam. We need to rebuild tourism, lower airfares, build a new hospital, improve public schools, reduce inflation, and fight crime. There's so much to do, and I need your support to continue this work. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you very much. Suzuus Maase and Meraman Salamat Po. I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan, and I approve this message.
Early voting underway in North Carolina, and adjustments are being made as parts of the state continue to recover from Hurricane Helene.
North Carolina Elections Director Karen Brinson Bells says the state is making sure ballot boxes stay open following Hurricane Helene.
Since this storm hit, election officials in this state have been working long hours to ensure Western North Carolina can vote.
Early voting is now underway in the Tar Heel state. Some of the hardest hit counties have had polling places become unusable. Watauga County has been able to keep its polling locations open, but is adjusting its hours, including now allowing early voting on weekends. North Carolina will be a key battleground state for the race to the White House and for control of the House of Representatives. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
A major food food company raised prices to cover for inflation, and it's still seeing sluggish sales.
Shoppers are still buying cautiously at the grocery store. Nestle, which makes many popular brands in the supermarket, including Haagen-Dazs, Carnation, Gerber, DiGiorno, and Purina Pet Foods, says it will offer promotions to boost sales. It repeatedly raised prices to cover higher costs in recent years, though the company says prices have recently eased. Sales in the summer quarter were more than 2% lower than a year ago. Nestle says it's seeing shoppers trading down to cheaper pet brands. Cheaper frozen pizzas are selling better, and people are cooking from scratch rather than buying prepared meals. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Facebook parent company Meta has laid off staff at WhatsApp and Instagram. It says the layoffs were done to realign with its strategic goals. Wall Street, the Dow up 161, hitting another record. The Nasdaq +6. The S&P lost a point. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Half a day. I'm Annette Ada. My husband Tony and I have been together for more than 40 years. He's an amazing husband, father, and grandfather. Tony has always answered the call to serve, whether it be as a soldier in the U.S. Army, as a member in various community organizations, or as a multi-term lawmaker. This coming November, please give him the chance to once again serve our island. Please vote for my husband, Tony Ada, for Senator. Thank you.
I'm Tony Ada, and I approve this message.
See Nissan Guam first. With affordable options like the stylish Nissan Versa sedan and the street-savvy Kicks crossover, you'll love the wallet-friendly fuel efficiency and the smart versatility. Available Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration makes sure you're always connected. With easy financing and low monthly payments, we make it easy to drive away in the perfect Nissan for you. Ask about our exclusive first-time buyers program. Stop by for a test drive and get pre-qualified for financing at nissanguam.com today.
Half a day and mabuhay. I'm Mary Ann Suyal Luhan, Vice Mayor of Guimbal, Iloilo, Philippines. My husband, Senator Jesse Luhan, is running for re-election as your senator. Senator Jesse fights to reduce inflation, improve healthcare and education, rebuild tourism, and combat crime. Please vote for Senator Jesse Luhan. Thank you very much, and si Juus Maasi.
I'm Jesse Anderson Luhan, and I approve this message.
Guam is key to national security, and Ginger Cruz has a plan to make that the key to our economic success.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I'll fight to bring the ship repair facility back to Guam to create new high-paying jobs. And I'll expand the use of hub zones to help small businesses grow.
Ginger will make Guam America's economic bridge to Asia to bring down costs and raise opportunity. Ginger Cruz is ready to fight for Guam on day one. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
I'm Rachel, mother of 4. Babies born on Guam are more likely to die in the first year than anywhere else in the nation.
I'm Tom Fisher. We have to turn that statistic around, and I've introduced a bill in the Guam Legislature to do just that. We have to save the next generation of Guamanians.
Vote for attorney Thomas Fisher. The fight must continue.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this ad. We are not going back.
7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Then hold on, I'm just going to start the interview here. Very close friend here, personal friend, Dr. Steve Benardzik from the Symphony Society in the studio here with me this morning. And this is only our second interview. We've done obviously opportunities to promote and support the guys over at the Symphony Society over all of these years. But we only recently had a chance to bring him in the studio. Do me a favor, angle that over so I get more of your face. Raina is going to want to see your face, so let's do that. Get rid of this so it doesn't look like you're Donna D. Anyway, great to have you in the studio again, and an opportunity for me to learn more about what it is that you guys in the symphony and the conductor world actually do around here, and how you keep the doors open, how you keep the lights on, so that you can afford all of this round the world travel that you guys embark on from time to time. Well, I don't know if I'm talking about the symphony itself or you personally, but it seems like welcome back is always the appropriate greeting for you.
You got
to get off island and travel and do things. But buenos and half a day.
Good to see you.
And yeah, we've been fortunate to have some time to travel since COVID has kind of died down, and it's also nice to go to places. I like to go visit the musical kind of places, like Vienna, Berlin, stuff like that, Prague. But we're doing a concert this Sunday with the Symphony, the Guam Symphony Society, kicking off our 58th concert season. 58 years in business.
You don't look a day. You don't look you're just still fairly young for 58 seasons of music with the symphony.
Yeah, and we've been able to keep reinventing ourselves in some shape or form or another over the past 58 years. And we're fortunate this year to have a nice small grant from CAHA to help us keep going this season. And we're opening up this concert season with a movie concert, the Guam Symphony at the Movies. And it features...
first of all, what a great vehicle.
Yeah.
Because everybody, I mean, you might not feel confident in your understanding of Viennese music and concerts and concertos and all of the quote, masters. But we all know which parts of what movies we liked based on the soundtracks.
Right. And they're good tunes. They're all really, really good tunes. And it's stuff that you've heard in some place or another, either at the movies or, on the radio or stuff like that. And it's interesting because, classical music to me is very important. I grew up with it. But when I was even at NEC, New England Conservatory of Music, we had the music critic for the Boston Globe come and talk to us. And some of the kids, even though we're classical, they had like music shirts, T-shirts on that had bands on and stuff. And he said, I want to let you know I'm not against that because at least you're listening to stuff that's new and being written today. And it was a nice perspective because the classical world is important, but also there's a lot of stuff being created today. So you got to balance the old with the new.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that's something I try to keep in perspective because sometimes, musicians will say, oh, you're not doing any classical on this concert. Well, there's a time and place for that.
Yeah, and there are plenty times and places for actual classical. But as I said, as a vehicle for people to be able to say, okay, well, I do maybe have an appreciation for music because I know what tickled my ear, or maybe there's a scene where the music actually improved the scene, improved the acting because of what was playing off in the background. The soundtracks are vitally important to being able to convey the story, and I think a lot of people discount that.
Well, I think they're a major vehicle today for composers to express their creativity. Because back in the day, you wrote symphonies and you went to the concert hall. But now, with the way movies are being produced and the way we can do things in a studio digitally, you don't have to have a full symphony orchestra recording the soundtrack.
Not anymore.
Everything can be synthesized, and you can do so many amazing things.
As we've talked
really
about
crazy,
before on more than one occasion, and there is you're jumping from one place to another in the music world because there are artists that were big popular composers of contemporary music back in the 1980s, and now we find their names are now in the credits of some of the movies that we watch. Danny Elfman among them. Danny Elfman from Oingo Boingo.
Danny Elfman's fantastic.
Yes,
and he has a certain sound. When you listen to his music,
it's
got
it's
that
him.
Elfman sound. And he works with Tim Burton. Right? And so he's made a great name for himself, and I love his music and everything. You look at James Horner, John Williams, these composers that are epic. So back at the beginning of the 20th century, it wasn't looked upon favorably for classical composers to write for movie music. It was kind of like a kind of side thing. But then composers like Prokofiev started writing for like these Soviet movies, like Alexander Nevsky.
Wow.
And so it was something that you could do in the concert hall and in the movie. And with Prokofiev, this Russian composer, he wrote a soundtrack for a Russian epic movie about this great general, Alexander Nevsky. And it was so good that he turned it into a concert piece for choir and orchestra that's performed now more frequently in the concert hall.
Yeah, than watching a movie.
Right. So things like that started to transition, and that's one of the examples. But you think about like John Williams, who's still alive, by the way. And if you know anything about him, he still uses pencil and paper. He's not using MuseScore or anything like that, right? And he's very old school with everything, but he has really still very good ideas, and he's still putting out music and still, I mean, you think about the wealth of like movie music literature that he has out, some starting with stuff like Jaws.
That was the first thing that popped into my head.
List,
yeah.
Indiana Jones. I mean, all this stuff, it's such wonderful types of music. And it's interesting.
And the movies would not have been as good without them.
Well, in these,
I mean, he plays an important role, like I said, in telling the story and setting the stage for your main characters.
He does, and one of the things that he picked up on is if you know, like going back a little further, there were two really important opera composers in the 19th century: Giuseppe Verdi, that's the type of music, if you go to an Italian restaurant, the stereotypical kind of like La Donna Mobile kind of stuff, and then Richard Wagner, who wrote Ride of the Valkyries.
Oh, yeah. So among my favorite German tunes, yeah.
But Wagner, his operas were so lengthy, they would vary from like 3 hours with no intermission. The first time I saw Parsifal, which is about the search for the Holy Grail at the Met, started at 6 p.m., ended after midnight. 6-hour opera. But in order to keep people invested in that...
Most people will recognize when we say Wagner, the Ride of the Valkyries.
Right.
Yeah, and I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Exactly.
It smells like, I don't know, victory.
Yeah, and so what he did to help listeners not stay awake but follow the opera is he created something called a leitmotif, or a leading motive. So every time you saw a character, the same music would pop up. Every time there was an emotion that was expressed, like love, you would get used to hearing that music. And that's what John Williams does. You know, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Whenever Indiana Jones shows up, you hear that music.
Empire theme from when Darth Vader shows up. Dun,
So
dun, 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 dun,
he started doing that in his movie music, and other composers, contemporary movie composers, picked up on that too. So that's one way one of the reasons I think people enjoy his movie music so much, because it makes the movie more understandable in a very predictable way. And it's fun to listen to.
You ought to be a teacher. You realize this, right?
I might dabble in that.
You got a skill for telling a story here.
I dabble sometimes. But I wanted to, a cute little anecdote about the concert we're doing on Sunday. The second half of the program, the last 4 pieces are Ghibli studio movies. The music is Joe Hisashi. He's a wonderful composer.
Yep.
During COVID, trapped at home, my soon-to-be lovely wife, Raina, says, hey, let's watch some Ghibli studio movies. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, Ghibli.
Yeah.
I said,
I still don't
know.
Yeah.
So she cues one up called Grave of the Fireflies. I think it's one about World
Oh, my God.
II.
She's starting into the esoteric. What's wrong with the moving castle?
Well, so
right?
So I think she got that one up and put it on. And I had my iPad out. I was playing like SimCity or something like that. I was like, I'll just kind of pay attention. All of a sudden, I put my iPad away, and I was riveted. The movie just drew me in. And then we got to watch more. And so we went through almost all of them. From Porco Rosso to Spirited Away to Howl's Moving Castle, My Neighbor Totoro. They're fantastic. And the music was just mesmerizing in a certain way. Even the one that just came out, what did the Heron movie?
I've not seen it. I don't generally spend a lot of time in theaters. I spend more time watching television on the big ass TV that I've got at the house, and I've got a couple of Bose speakers that will help that music resonate the story directly into my ears. So I've got access to that kind of interpersonal technology when it comes to the movies. Not so much the shared experience like it used to be back in the olden days. But there's a jump that you get to make on this one as well. Is the jump from, as you say, the classical storytellers with music, and then applying that to movies, and now we've got the movies and the contemporary composers that have brought us all of these connections, stronger connections to the characters and the stories than maybe that we would not have had if they haven't. But there's another place where I think it does not share, I think, and maybe there's another Symphony Society show that you could put together, and that's video games.
Yeah. That's another one.
Soundtracks to video games are, in many cases, this is the new classical music for a generation of kids that don't really spend a lot of time with television and the movies, but they're locked into their games.
And so that's a whole nother genre. And when I first got to Guam, it was in its infancy.
Yep.
And now it's taken seriously. But there's so much of it out there, and I'm still navigating it. What's interesting is I've met kids at UOG. They used to do a radio show on KPRG. Maybe 2 decades, maybe a decade and a half, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
It was the guy, Robert Wong over there.
I think I know him.
Actor guy. And he and some of the other kids over there knew so much about stuff that they did a late night show on it. And I would talk to them about it. I was so out of my league. I had no idea what they were talking about.
Yeah.
But they spoke about anime music the way I talk about classical music. They had a personal connection with it. And it meant so much to them, and they knew stuff, and the way they navigated and talked about it was phenomenal to me. I'm still learning about it. There's a lot of stuff out there. It's like when people say, "Oh, there's so much classical music." Well, I kind of can wade my way through it. I know where to go and what direction to move in. With anime, that's a whole nother
anime and as I said, computer gaming and things like that. A lot of people think of computer game soundtracks as dun 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 dun.
Yeah,
you know, the theme from the Mario Brothers.
Oh well,
but there and there's riffs that you can do on that. I'm sure if you started somebody in on that just at the beginning, just to see if anybody's paying attention, there's a very good chance that they might. But you got that, and you go from that kind of 8-bit world into actual symphonics. Where there's actual thought that went into the hows and the whys. Why is this music in this scene in the video game, and which character is announced, as you say, these light brigades by the music.
So that's things too. Like I teach an intro to music class at UNG, and the kids, I love it when they do these anime music class presentations because I learn from what they're talking about. And the way the music works in these video games is radically different sometimes. I mean, it's not only just underscoring. Sometimes it's the leitmotif kind of thing, but it works in different ways. And I think composers eventually will start to put larger kind of concepts together where it'd be more suitable for a concert platform.
Right.
Because one of the issues I've noticed with anime music is it's really good, but it's also very compartmentalized.
Yes.
Very short.
Yeah.
So the more it gets strung together, we've tried to do some stuff with the jazz band at ULG, right? With anime stuff, video game music. But it's a little tricky right now, stringing together a more concert version.
Well,
of
I don't think, and I don't think it's because I think it is because they're not meant to be full length. I mean, they're just there to cover the transition. You know, as we go from play mode to the next mode, we need to have a little bit of animation and a little bit of scene setting here, and then they go back to the regular, playing the sound in the background mode.
Right. And so what it's lacking, and I'm not meaning that in any derogatory way, what it's lacking is a sense of development. Because even with The Greatest Showman or Wicked, you have a theme and there's kind of a thematic transformation with it, where it kind of takes on different emotions as the show goes along. And in video game music, since it's kind of moving from scene to scene, sometimes you don't get that kind of the change so much that I know of right now. But I'm sure I'll hear about this.
One of the kids is going to go, you were really good until you and the other old guy started talking about video games. Neither one of you. Look, I've got a Nintendo Switch at the house. I got Prince of Persia playing on it, and I got the Lara Croft Adventures and all of those things. And they've got their own sets. In fact, the new Prince of Persia has got a lot of music because there are a lot of transitional scenes from going from the introduction of characters into bosses and the adventures and things like that. So you do get a sense, and it does help fill the background noise from what otherwise would be clanking swords and arrows being shot off and that kind of thing. So it's it adds a little bit to the adventure.
And even one of the ones I play on my iPad right now called SimCity Build It, where you're just building. It's really old school, right? I really love the background music. And for each little city you go to that you're building, they have a different kind of theme music.
Oh, cool.
But it lasts maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes in its entirety. But I really like it.
Well, as you say, one of these days you kind of string all of this stuff together. So that was a tangent conversation of what we're supposed to be talking about. And selling seats for the Symphony Society at the movies with tunes from The Greatest Showman, Wicked, the Suite from Hamilton, which gets a whole lot of attention these days. I think there's a lot of people that might refer to it but don't actually know what it sounds like. Gabriel's Oboe. What's that from?
It's from a movie called Gabriel's Oboe.
Oh. I think I got it. Shut up, Joe.
Almost spit out my drink.
Which I'd be totally honest.
I gotta
with
look
you.
it up. Hold on.
The music is fantastic. I've never seen the movie. I know the tune. And we have our wonderful principal oboist, Amanda Bateman, playing the oboe solo. She's the band director at JFK right now. And she's fantastic, and I'm glad we found an arrangement that she can perform.
Glad we found somebody to play the oboe. It's it's not one of those high demand ones.
We
is
now
it?
have 2 oboe players in the orchestra, really, really fine oboe players. So we're very, very fortunate. Yes, that's a movie, and so that's the first half, and then the second half is the Ghibli Studio stuff. My Neighbor Totoro, Spirited Away, Kiki's Delivery, and Howl's Moving Castle.
If you know the movies, then you know the soundtrack, and you know how important it is to the telling of the story. Kiki's Delivery Service, My Neighbor Totoro, and the great thing is, this is only $10.
$10, and then students, military, and seniors $5.
So here's what's going to happen, though, is you guys are going to do this, and everybody's going to love it, and then people are going to come up to you and say, "Why didn't you do this song?
Of course.
Why didn't you do this movie?
Yeah.
What is it? You prejudiced? What's going on? How come we didn't do this other thing?" So how do you respond to that? Is there going to be another movie show from requests that people make?
Sure. If we get enough requests, we'll do something different. And every season is different, particularly, as you know, living on Guam, there's a lot of variables, right? So we plan on having a certain type of orchestra each season, and sometimes people move off island, sometimes things happen. So I plan ahead, but then once we start the season, sometimes there are minor adjustments. So this program works well for the orchestra. We have 45 people right now. It's a good small size orchestra. And all these tunes are nice. And if we get requests, we're going to do another movie concert.
There'll be another one, right?
Right.
So it's here's the other place that I'm going to go is we've got a couple of things that are working here, and you got the Ghibli Studios and all of their movies and the tunes that are coming out of them. But there is a wealth of really incredible movies and movie music that comes out of Asia. And when I've talked about different travel and different adventures that you can have just 3.5, 4 hours away, but I've been spending a lot of time because I'm less interested anymore in what Hollywood has in order to entertain me. None of it is relevant to me. So I've found that some of the best stories that I'm watching are from places like the Philippines. I'm watching movies that come out of Japan, obviously. I'm watching movies that come out of China, mainland China, Taiwan, places like that. Hong Kong has got a thriving movie scene, and they have gotten really, really good at the production of these, and they've also gotten very excellent in composing music for these stories. The same thing. So I'll turn you on to a movie called Departures. Omerito, I think, is the Japanese name for it, and it's got a guy playing what's the big string? Is a bass,
double bass,
the
upright bass, right?
And it's a feature in, as it turns out, quite a lot of Japanese pieces, and I kind of fell in love with the sound of it, and I included it in a playlist that I was making, and somebody heard it and said, "Oh, you're playing funeral music on your playlist." And I said, "What?" And I said, "Well, the movie's called Departure, so that makes sense. But there's also the sound of it that people are using more and more in funeral rites and funeral movies and activities in Japan." So I thought that was kind of interesting. But it's stirring and very, very soulful music.
Oh, I'll have to.
I'll see if I can send you a copy of it.
On a side note, when you watch these movies, are you subtitle or dub?
I'm subtitled.
Okay.
I subtitle as much as I possibly can because that's one of the great ways, among other reasons to do this, is it helps you get into a little bit more of a language that you might not normally be exposed to. So you hear something on the screen, and here comes the American translator, the English translation, and you go, "Oh, okay, that's that word for that."
Because I noticed that with the Ghibli studio movies, I much prefer the subtitle.
Yes.
Because the sound of the voice actors that are just American voice actors, I mean, it's different.
Yes.
Right? And there's a certain, like the Ghibli studios, the Japanese kind of cadence of the words and the pitch of the words and the resonance of the words. Stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
Makes a big difference
It
in
does.
the way you understand the characters, the personal development and stuff like that.
So there's a Filipino movie, and it was on Netflix. It was like in the top 10 on Netflix for a while, and it was called Lolo and the Kid. It was a story about, and maybe you heard about it, the old guy living on the streets, and he finds a kid that had been abandoned, raised him like it was his own kid, and then it's an incredible story that is told. And the first time I watched it, I've watched it more than once. I watched the dubbed version of it, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it, and I was already into it, so I made it all the way through the end. And it's got a very dramatic and stirring end of the thing. And then it occurred to me that I was missing so much of the way the story was supposed to be told because I didn't hear it in Tagalog.
Yeah.
So I went back into Netflix, turned on my language settings so that I was watching, I was listening to it in Tagalog, but reading English subtitles. So much of a better experience because for exactly the same reason.
Yeah.
There are words, there are ways that people pronounce things in their languages that don't follow the translation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
exactly.
it's important to make that distinction. So yeah, I'm okay with closed captioning.
So we're not doing the music from this particular Ghibli one, but one of the ones that I really found really entertaining, which is a lesser well-known Ghibli one, is Porco Rosso. And it's about, it's kind of set in a fantasy World War I world. And there's a pilot, and he's a pig. Poco Rosso. And he's a Red Baron kind of type character. And he's in some kind of war. It's like between World War I and World War II. So, and he comes up against all these trials and tribulations, and he has to build a plane to make sure that his side stays ahead of everything. But it's really entertaining. But watch some of it with the dub and the subtitle. With the dub, he didn't have the same type of Poco Rosso type of feel to himself.
Right.
But he's speaking Japanese, but with this kind of almost Italian-esque kind of like feel to it.
Yep.
It was so much more effective. But that's one of my favorite Ghiblis.
So there, I mean, and there we are. They give you an idea of the essence of what the movies are, and why it's important that you watch movies, but that you listen to the movies as well.
Yeah,
you got to hear everything, and then you got to. It's got to be in. It's got to be in the native tongue. If you don't understand it, just go for the subtitles. Some people can handle. Some people can't handle. I'm just one of those. I just feel I'm closer to what the director, the writer, the actors originally wanted when I've gotten that full experience. So get the musical experience. When is all of this going to be taking place?
This Sunday at the UOG Fine Arts Theater, 3 p.m. sharp. Oh, well, sharp, flat, and tune. Not a very funny joke. 3 p.m., right at 3 p.m. Again, $10 general admission, $5 students, military, senior. Program lasts 45 minutes to an hour. It's not the longest program, but it's going to be very entertaining, and I think everyone will enjoy it. I'm going to talk about each piece between, and it's a very family-friendly type of concert.
As you imagine it would be. And then if there's something in there that we have not mentioned and you feel like the next one will be even better for you, if you find Steve and make a request, then by all means, write it down.
And then the other thing, too, I encourage people to come out and see a concert because, talk about degrees of separation, right? There's a difference between seeing a movie, TV show, and a live theater production, right? Even though you can hear this stuff and you see it at the movies and watch it, on YouTube, seeing something live is different, and it's very engaging. In a much different way than seeing it on YouTube.
So as it turns out, we missed each other by minutes last night, and got to do a shout to the friends over at Carabao who take care of us, and a note that they are unveiling a new beer collab between Carabao and Antigua.
Yes,
Antigua tonight.
I believe so. That's tonight.
And then Carabao tomorrow.
Tomorrow, which would be the 19th. Yeah.
So along the lines, if you know, find them up on the socials. And I think this is one of those like they did last time when they did the Bro Collab.
They did the Bro Collab, and I remember we were there for the Bro Collab.
Yes. And we walked. We were the only ones. And we said, you know what? They got the thing over at Antigua, and I'm looking at Steve, and we're like, who's driving? I said, we can walk. It's right there.
Yeah.
And as it turned out, that was a nice walk, a great opportunity for us to chat and get to know each other a little bit better and set things like this up. Symphony Society this weekend, Sunday, over at the University of Guam, and it's at the movies, the Symphony Society at the movies. It's going to be the holidays, and have you already got all of the Symphony Society gigs lined up between here and New Year's? Any special performances?
We are still lining up some stuff. I know that our clarinet quartet, we have a Christmas clarinet quartet.
Okay.
And we have great arrangements of Christmas carols. We play at the hotels. So we're probably going to be at the Hyatt at some point late after Thanksgiving, early December, and probably a few other hotels. We played last year, I believe, the Dusit and a few other places. And then the Symphony Society is going to be doing we used to do a seaside concert.
Yes.
Now it's kind of called our holiday concert. And it's going to be at the Guam Museum, in the back of the Guam Museum. A few years ago, Skinner Plaza.
Yes.
They had that stage out there. So a few years ago, they had a whole concert series out there.
I recall.
Then there was a typhoon. And then last year, it was less, everything wasn't so set up. So we're going to go back in and do a nice concert. It's going to be the afternoon of Sunday, December 8th, which is Our Lady of Cameron Day. However, I've been assured that the procession is on Monday, not on that Sunday.
Oh, I see. Yes,
so our program will probably start around 4 o'clock. And we're going to have various ensembles, including the Guam Territorial Band, the University of Guam Jazz Band, Amnil Ha Jazz, and then also the Symphony.
I recall that it was among the first years where we had big celebrations in downtown Agutya, and December of 2019, before things went haywire. I remember, and in fact, one of the things I remember vividly was walking around there. I was going between, I think it was CPK and Carabao at the time, and going between the two of them because because and I saw a bunch of kids doing rehearsals for different shows that they were doing, and you're right. Every night it seemed like there was some big deal going on.
They had a
great
concert
chance
series.
to get into some culture. 9:32 in the morning. What is there a website where people can go, or a Facebook or an Instagram where people can go and see more about this and other things that you guys have got coming up on there?
Yes, I believe if you just on Instagram, if you type in Guam Symphony, you should come up with something. Now, there's also the Guam Philharmonic and stuff like that, but we are Guam Symphony. Should just if you type in Guam Symphony,
right?
And also we do have a website. I don't have it on me right now.
I was going to say, I'm looking to see if your Reina is reaching out to me or if she's reaching out to you. Who's got what?
We do have a website, guamsymphony.com. Here we go. And if you pull it up over here, it has a...
Easy. guamsymphony.com and the World Wide Web. And are you looking for new members? Are you looking for any more artists?
We're always looking for new members.
Yeah.
You need some experience playing in orchestras and things of that nature. We're always looking for string players. We're looking for violin, viola, cello, and bass players.
Okay.
Because we have a very transitory nature with our string players. A lot of come and go.
Didn't Harvest? My Mason was a viola player for Harvest for quite a number of years while he was in school. It was one of the things that he really appreciated about that was they got a little band there and they get you the equipment and you can learn how to play it and learn how to be in an orchestra.
Several of the teachers.
They had some really good kids there too. I thought.
So sometimes we use those kids to fill out the back of the section, but we're always looking for adults that have a lot of experience that have played. So a lot of the Harvest teachers play with us, and we're very fortunate to have them. They're excellent musicians. But we're always looking for string players mainly. Brass players, too. Woodwind section, right now we're kind of covered. Looking for bassoon players, any bassoon players. But, some of those instruments aren't the most popular in the world, so...
Well, yeah, but, okay, so this is me being brain dead about it, but if you know how to play a violin, is it a big stretch to go to a viola? If you're good at blowing a trumpet or something like that, is it easier to move to another kind of horn? You got the one kind of saxophone, or you get good at that. Can you just play another one?
So you've opened several avenues of discussion right here. So everyone starts off as a violin player. But sometimes if you're in the back of the seconds, in the second violin section, and, sometimes you'll just move over to viola, that kind of thing. So, unfortunately, the world is riddled with viola jokes, if you go online, which are not warranted in most cases.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
It's the other lawyer joke of the music business. Okay, gotcha.
Essentially. But we are very fortunate to have 3 wonderful viola players in our orchestra that are really good. But with the other instruments, too, usually in the woodwind family, if you're a clarinet player, there's a smaller E-flat clarinet and there's a bigger bass clarinet. They all use the same fingering, so you can move around like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same with brass instruments, but the trumpet is a kind of a slightly different embouchure than the French horn, than the tuba. So you're dealing with different ranges. So it's a little different. You can still move around, and the fingerings are kind of the same, unless you're a trombone player where you have to deal with slide positions.
On the way out, in and out.
So, you can kind of move around. So some players, because of necessity, will move to another instrument. So some clarinet players will decide to learn the saxophone, right? And that's a popular thing to do. So you can kind of cross-pollinate in that direction.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's all the levers and the valves and everything. It just kind of throw me off. I could barely sort out pianos with my right hand, left hand. 9:36. Steve, it's always a pleasure having you in the studio. Good luck on Sunday, the Symphony Society at the movies. Get your tickets, $10 for general admission, the usual discounts for seniors and students and military. Bring an ID with you in case you get challenged on that. At 3 p.m., University of Guam Fine Arts Theater.
Yes, thank you very much.
And I'll see you at Carabout tomorrow. It's 9:36 in the morning. We got to take a break right now, but we'll start with news and information from Joan at KUAM.
Buenas and Half Day Guam, I'm Jonagan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, October 18th. A rapist serving 16 years in prison is fighting his conviction before the High Court. Defendant Robbie Narun's appeal going before justices in the Supreme Court of Guam. Nick Delgado has more from inside the courtroom. You can watch it right now on our YouTube channel. The family of the woman hit by a car in Asan early Wednesday morning is asking the community for help. This ask, Guam police are searching for the driver involved in the hit-and-run crash. The crash happening after 1 a.m. Wednesday along Route 1 Marine Corps Drive at Denman's Curve. Family member Celia Kitagwa tells tells KUAM, quote, "My cousin Sheila Babauta is fighting for her life right now. She's a mom to a 13-year-old boy who needs her more than anything. She was hit and left on the road alone, and no one deserves that. Sheila didn't have anyone there to help her in that moment, but we can be there for her now. Please, if you know anything about what happened or who was driving, come forward. We just want justice for Sheila, and your help can make all the difference." Sheila was listed in serious and unstable condition at Naval Hospital. Anyone with information is asked to call police. And finally, the man accused in the killing of Ryan Chaco is facing a maximum of 73 years in prison. Defendant Ethan Mendiola, who is charged with murder, is being held on $200,000 cash bail. Co-defendant Frank Regis Jr.'s bail was set at $10,000. Regis stands accused of trying to destroy the evidence when he allegedly set Chaco's Dededo home on fire with Chaco's body left inside. Chaco suffered 14 stab wounds to his neck and chest. Mendiola contends the stabbing was self-defense. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscasts on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local. Jonagan Charfris, KUAM News.
Inafamaulig sa respeto imas tatkilo gitanota. Idin ang kolonya si Ginger Cruz gi sa Guahan, agof toktok ezusia na hinengi. Mapoksay gwizan hami, umaskwala gwizan hami, matoto gwizan hami. Sinceros and magahid i corazonia, sa sentadong i gunaizanya pariislota. Sinya hat ti pareo i hagata, lo pareo i spirituta. Bota si Ginger Cruz para Congreso. Guaha planunya sa ti paru na lati italanta.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this message.
Now available at GTA. iPhone 16. Hello, Apple Intelligence. iPhone 16 now features Apple Intelligence, the personal intelligence system that helps you write, express yourself, and get things done effortlessly. For a limited time, when you purchase iPhone 16, get a free $300 Visa gift card and a power accessories bundle with any new unlimited wireless plan on device installment. That's a value of $450. Terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start with you.
When you want a senator to hear your concerns, you can expect to see her at the hearings. When it comes to the environment, healthcare, and the economy, you can expect her to write quality legislation. Quite simply, when you tell Telo, you can expect and will get results.
I'm Telo Tarigui, and I approve this message.
This time check is brought to you by Ginger Cruz for Congress. Now more than ever, Guam needs strength, experience, and intelligence in Congress. It's time for a leader. Vote Ginger Cruz.
Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
So I don't know how to do this because I'm not a real big Ghibli person. You know, they've got their own
What
wikis.
is Ghibli?
It's the production, is the director,
okay.
Is the style. I don't even know how to describe that. I know that there are stores all over Japan that you can go to where that's the only thing they sell. It's like where Harry Potter. And there's all these different characters and all the different, you can buy a wand or something like that. Harry Potter jock straps, Hermione training bras, that kind of thing. You get all
the merch.
Yeah, all the merch that you can get. And so it's the same thing with the Japanese thing as well. And now there's a buddy of mine. Has got this beautiful white German Shepherd.
Ooh, racism.
No. That's just the way the dog was.
Okay.
Born white.
All right.
Born white. And nothing they could do about it, just like me. But anyway, so it's a beautiful white German Shepherd. And every time I see the dog, I say, oh, my God, that looks like the dog in Mononoke. And half the people around me go, oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of them go, what? What are you talking about? But I can always remember the movie, but I can never remember the name of the dog in the movie. So for $50 worth of food from Mescla, what's the name of the dog in Mononoke? It's a big Ghibli thing, and they're going to play music, some of that with the Symphony Society. What is the name of that beautiful white dog? Long white fur, beautiful olive eyes. And we got the big dog teeth.
Snow.
It's not
Snow.
No, it's not.
No.
Purpley brown nose. 888-8255-888-TALK. If you know, you think you know. And don't worry, if we don't get a winner, we'll just try again on Monday morning. We'll see if we can do. But I just want to see if I can give away the gift certificate now, $50 over to Mescla, and that's a great way to get some weekend stuff going. If you like. Speaking of food, they've compiled a survey of people and found that 64% have had at least one major mishap in the kitchen. And now from the survey, basically asking, how did you ruin your meal? And let's see how many of these apply to you. How was your meal ruined, or how did you ruin your meal, chef? At number 10, a dog or pet ate the food that was left out.
It's that good.
I used to have a Cocker Spaniel. God, I love Mocha. I miss Mocha so much. But there was one day that I was really mad at Mocha, and that was the day that I had opened the oven because I needed to baste the turkey, and I had my back turned to the oven, and Mocha went in and went right up to it and started chewing on the turkey leg. Now, I never told the rest of the family this story, but that was...
because you put it back together and you put it on the table.
Yeah, I just put a little bit more base, cover it up with the stuff in.
Good man.
Nobody'd ever know. Number 9, food way too spicy. Have you ever done that in the process of fixing a meal for somebody? Number 8, 35% of chefs have said they have, forgotten something in the oven. You got everything else in there, and they say, I just need to get the saute done. I just got to do this thing with the sweet potatoes and the marshmallows, and you forget that it's there because all of the other heavy cooking got done. The line is, some people like it when it's toasted like that. Some people like their meat duckness like that. 35% say that happened. 38% said they forgot a crucial ingredient, which is why you start with salt. You don't wait on that. You
like
always
yeast.
Yeah, yeast.
They forgot the yeast.
Bread didn't rise. Tastes like being at mass. 40% left the oven or burner on. 44% used too much salt. And they say that the workaround for that, at least the workaround that I've seen on the internet, is if you're doing that, more salt. Yes. No, it's you throw a potato in there. If you're making like a stew or a soup or something like that, and you put too much salt,
it up.
It's supposed to soak it up. I don't know about that. 48% have set off the smoke detector in the house. Yeah, Real Joe's raising his hands. Yes, been there, done that. Overboiled a pot, 52%. That generally happens in the case of where you're trying to old school it and make rice on the stove as opposed to making rice in the rice maker, right? And I've had that happen more than a couple of times where I didn't keep an eye on things, let things boil over there. Burned a pot or a pan. Never mind the food. You actually burned the pot or pan. 54% say they've done that, and 67%, virtually everybody that took the survey, have at one time or another absolutely burned the food. And I, for those of you that maybe eaten at my house, I love to barbecue. I don't do it as often as I used to. Just don't have too many of the opportunities, which is fine, I think, for a number of my friends, because I'm the guy. You come to my house and there will be barbecued chicken there. There will be Chamorro-style barbecued chicken. It's been marinating for days in the refrigerator, and you get the thing out there. And I love my marination. Everybody's got their own marination. I use oranges in mine. I like a little bit more of a sweeter taste. You still get the vitamin C tang in there, and so a little bit of that. People can lemon up their food when they're done, but I like my marination, and I like the process of grilling. I'm just not good at it. If you like your chicken burned black on the outside, but still pink and raw and bloody on the inside, I'm your guy. I'm the guy. If you like your ribs, and down the rib bone side, you like that black and almost charcoal, but the little fatty part up around the finger is all bloody red, and yeah.
I've already got tapeworms.
I'm that guy. I am that fella, and so anybody wants to eat at my house, don't worry. It's a straight shot from where I live to the emergency room over at Guam Regional Medical City, and they will be standing by to pump your stomach. 9:47 in the morning. A bunch of stuff in the table of contents, and much of it we have managed to chew through. I know I told you that they were going to be doing the deal on the COLA. So if you are a retiree of the government of Guam and one of these guys going, hey, man, when's that COLA out there? We're almost time for the election. The governor's office, acting governor, or I don't even know if it's acting governor. It's just he's running for election for governor, so he's going to be in charge of all of the speaking going on coming out of the governor's office, until election time 2 years from now. So he has announced, Joshi has announced, that they've sent $20-some-odd million down to the Department of Administration, and they will then start issuing checks to the tune of about $2,400 to all of the COLA recipients. So you've got a couple of extra bucks to spend when it gets to be the holiday times, and I say good on you, good on you. But it also brings up a question. It's an uncomfortable question. I'm going to do it anyway just because it's fun in my mind, is I wonder how many of those checks are going off island. Now, I'm not going to say that there are retirees that could use a cost of living adjustment, and $2,400 seems about right on Guam because of here we are out at the end of the supply chains, as I'm fond of saying.
Oh, you're saying it's not the same.
I'm saying it's not the same. So if you are a retiree of the government of Guam and you live, say, in Las Vegas, if you, say, live in San Diego, if you live in the middle of the country, Texas out there somewhere.
Less COLA for you.
Is there a need for it anymore? And here's the other thing. They don't live here. They don't vote here.
Yeah, I'm just
kidding. What the hell? Why are we making a big political hairy deal about that? Ooh, COLA. Let's get this out to all of the retirees. If you live someplace and it is cheaper and the dollar goes a lot further and inflation there is not as hard as vacation as inflation is here on Guam, then maybe there needs to be some kind of an adjustment as opposed to, this kind of blanket, everybody's kind of in the same class, because we're not, don't you know? They pondered that 9:49 in the morning. So we got that story going. The price of gas went down yesterday. I spent a little bit of time talking about that. Looks like we're going to continue to see weaker prices for oil right now, as it looks like things have stabilized a little bit. Early voting will begin in about 10 minutes over at the Westin Resort and Spa. Everything on Guam is a resort and spa, right? Are we not? Micronesia Mall Resort and Spa? Mosa's Resort and Spa, whatever. Anyway, so they're going to open that thing up. Resort and Spa and Polling Place. 10 o'clock this morning, and you can join the 1,438 people who have cast their votes so far in the election. So figure 359 average today, so maybe by the end of the week they'll be up around 1,700, maybe 1,750 people that will have voted in a week between, and so how many weeks do we have where they'll still be able to go and do the early voting over at the Westin? And so we'll do the mathematics. You got this week at 1,700 and some. Next week will be 1,700 and some, 3,400, and then another week or so between then and the general election. So what's that going to end up to be? Just around 4,500, 5,000 people voting, doing the early voting. And then how much is it? How much are we spending for the rent and the people and the 10% discount and the little stickers? How much are we spending on that? And is that the best use of taxpayer dollars for the Election Commission? Now, I'm not trying to give anybody there a hard time. I get it. There was a time where people didn't want to be together in the same room, an enclosed space, because COVID. But that's not necessarily what we're battling right now. Is there still a need for us to pay what I think is going to end up being a fairly high price per vote, as opposed to Super Tuesday, middle of the week, one day, wake up in the morning and get out there and do your vote, and don't worry about taking time off from work, because it's the law. The boss has to give you time to go out there and get your democracy on. So there's that. You don't necessarily have to worry about that, and we don't have to worry about paying anybody. You just show up one day, bang, there's the vote, bang, we send a thing over to the Election Commission. They do the count, and hopefully sometime in the next day we find out who's going to be congressman, who's going to be sitting in the legislature, Consolidated Commission on Utilities. I was going to say the Ed Board, board. But if one vote gets cast for one person that is voting on the ed board, they're going to get it. So I ask you this online at the Point's website, thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. Should GEC continue early voting? Yes, it's convenient, or no, the cost per vote is high. And 71% of the voters so far say no. No, they shouldn't continue it. The cost per vote here is too high. Only 28.5% say yes, and that's based on the convenience. You know, people, dude, you stand in line, you wait in a car in line, all kinds of times and dates. So obviously, something being very, very convenient isn't a big deal. Everybody likes to stand in these long lines at Rev and Tax. Everybody likes to be in the long line for the food at the schools and all of that. So I don't know. Don't maybe talk to me about convenience. 9:52 and change. We'll return here in just a moment.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and wambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
On Guam, family is everything. But for many, we're getting sandwiched between caring for our aging parents and for our kids and grandkids. It's a blessing, but for some working families, it's challenging. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad because caring for family shouldn't be impossible. A key priority for me will be working to expand federal support for childcare, fully fund universal pre-K, and increase access to elder care insurance and assisted living. It's great for the economy, but it's also great for families. Paid for by Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Yeah. Super fast, super smart, and super affordable. The iPhone 16 family is now available at IT&E. Get the iPhone 16 and infinite data for less than $65 a month on the device payment plan. See what Apple Intelligence can do on the widest network in Guam and the Marianas. Whether you're renewing your plan or a new subscriber, head to any IT&E store today. IT&E, connections that matter.
I got it. One of the interesting news stories that's floating around right now is the elimination, if you will, of the head of Hamas. And this will go down as one of the most well-documented eliminations, perhaps, of all time. Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar was taken out by forces, and I have seen at least 3 videos and at least one still picture of the aftermath of this. It's certainly some gruesome pictures, but considering the nature of the violence that the Hamas has piled onto to the region and the world, you look at that and you go, well, it's the old rule. Somebody got to get killed here, and they took this guy out. Got a massive hole in his head. And at least one of the pictures that I saw showed some significant damage to one side of his body, and his hand missing its index finger. And I thought, wow, the finger blew off. Israeli forces cut it off.
That's what they do.
Yeah. They cut it off so that there's evidence now. We know this is the finger.
So he's okay? He'll recover?
No, he's not going to recover. Not from the hole in the head. So there's your warning. If you're one of those people that goes to X, they're not even throwing up anything that says, gruesome pictures. You might want to make sure you're okay to receive this. Some of you are delicate, but there's some gruesome stuff, and it just pow right up there on the screen. 9:56 and change. And another story that we have not done a whole lot by way of coverage because, frankly, most of the people that I know in Florida have made it out okay from Helene and Hurricane Merwin that went through there the other day, except friends of ours that used to perform over at the Sandcastle Entertainment Complex. The Zubricks are apparently live in that part of the country. Nick Delgado was able to hook up with them from KUM over the last couple of days. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Nice to hear from you.
Same here.
So, as I said, our friends, performers, great magicians, the Zubricks are living now in their theater because their home was blown down?
Yeah, and so pretty much what the Zubricks did is a few years ago, they relocated from Guam to Central Florida. And they were telling me when I was speaking with Ryan Zubrick, he was saying that when they moved there, they decided to find a new home. They were looking at all these fixer-uppers, but they decided, young son Oliver, they wanted to get something new that could be theirs, take ownership in it. And now they're left picking up the pieces and starting from scratch with that structure because Milton just did a number on it.
Unbelievable. And so they're, as you said, did a number on it, unlivable property. And so they've had to evacuate to their theater. So they've got someplace safe and closed up that they can live in for a while.
And, this is a similar situation that the Zubricks have been in whenever we had typhoon scares that did come to the Marianas. They actually hunkered down at the Bodega theaters where they were performing down in Fremont. So this is something they're very familiar with.
Well, they needed their animal magicians. So they needed to be there with their critters to keep them, less anxious about what was going on.
Yes, good point. And I did see that just yesterday they did post an update that power has been restored, and so everyone slowly, the lights are turning back on. So at least some progress, and we can all relate to that.
I got you. Now, are they doing a GoFundMe or anything like that? Is there a way that some of their other friends on Guam might be able to reach out to them and see if they can help make things better for them?
Yeah, and then they made it pretty simple. All you have to do is just go to the Zubrick Magic website. If you want, just look up Zubrick Magic and in Florida as well, and you'll find their website right there, Chris and Ryan Zubrick, along with their son Oliver, and you can send the donations there. They're already sending their thanks to all those that have pitched in so far.
All right, nice. 30 seconds to go before Fox News, and anything in particular you're going to be chasing for the news tonight?
Well, right when I got off the phone, I'm going to call into the courtroom because there's a resentencing for a man who had his home invasion conviction overturned after he was found inside an elderly man's home. And so we'll see what the judge comes up with his fate in that case.
Right.
Are you ready for spooky season? We got a lot of haunted houses to get to.
All right. Well, I'll be looking for that. But just a tip. I don't know if you heard me talking about this yesterday. CLTC has now come out with a list of lease folks that have signed up back in 1995 for these properties. It looks like they finally got something going, and that's in yesterday's Guam Daily Post. It's an ad in the back. You might want to take a look at it. See if you can round up some of the people whose names are on there. Find out who's still alive that signed up in 1995. See who still lives here. Might make for an interesting conversation, interesting news story.
Very much. Thank you, Ray.
All right, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, the radio station, KUSG. I got you. Have a great weekend. Back with you Monday. Real Joe will be better by then. In the meantime, here's Fox News.
Benjamin Netanyahu saying Hamas will no longer rule in Gaza. President Biden spoke by phone with Netanyahu flying to Germany. He told reporters afterwards it's time for this war to end and bring the hostages home, and that's what we're ready to do. Vice President Harris back in Wisconsin today. The Rust Belt stayed key to winning the White House.
There was a time that generations of Americans could count on the American dream